I hope they don't wait to start until after the. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, it's the StatCast broadcast. That's good.
All right, so we are now live. Welcome, everybody who's watching. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We are here for the winner-take-all Game 3 between the White Sox and the Athletics in the final remaining undecided series of the American League Wildcard Series. So this is the first winner-take-all game that we're seeing this postseason. Pretty exciting, and after a couple of harder hitting pitching matchups in the first two games of this series, now we have, I believe, Dane Dunning pitching for the White Sox and Mike Fiers for the A's. So neither team, you're kind of dipping into the depths of their rotations here, which will certainly be interesting. But I'm joined here, as you can see, by Jonathan Roy and Matthew Penn. Guys, welcome. I believe it's both of your first time doing a live broadcast.
Yeah. But hopefully we get some offense today as opposed to the Braves-Reds game.
Yeah.
These starting pitchers, so should expect some.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of series with not a whole ton of offense. I mean, as you said, Braves-Reds yesterday, we went to the bottom of the 13th inning before we saw a single run scored. And that's one of many series. You know, we saw the Yankees and the Indians put up a lot of runs in their two games, but not a whole ton of run scoring. You know, the Twins and Astros were not super high scoring games. The Cubs have been having offensive troubles that continued into yesterday's game. And we'll have to see what comes out of this game. Both teams kind of have had one good offensive game and then one game that definitely could have gone better on offense for them.
Matthew, are you on ESPN podcast?
No, I'm trying to get the one up, not loading yet.
That's what that's saying.
Yeah, so the game should be starting in a couple minutes here. We are still waiting for things to come up. I'm seeing a broadcast now, so I believe we are about ready to begin. And this game coming from Oakland, the Coliseum out in Oakland, which is also one of the more interesting, perhaps controversial stadiums in baseball.
That's a nice way to put it.
I mean, obviously, massive foul territory, and the A's used to share the stadium with the Raiders, who are now gone. And the Raiders got a very, very nice new stadium, and now the A's are kind of left behind. But it, kind of interesting that part of what's important about marketing MLB is marketing some of the better ballparks, and as a consequence of having your higher seeded teams host these series, two of the parks that are maybe considered the worst in baseball and that have been talked about being replaced with nicer, newer parks in the Coliseum here in Oakland and in the Dome down in Tampa Bay have been on display.
But you've also got Wrigley hosting.
Oh yeah.
Dodger Stadium's nice, so balances out, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's hard to complain too much about a major league stadium.
Right.
That's fair.
And I guess maybe an interesting question we could have asked, and it didn't seem like the Blue Jays were ever going to capture a high enough seed to host, but do you think it would have? Do you think it would have been a nicer stadium to play in Buffalo, where the Blue Jays were this year, than in Tampa Bay?
Honestly, it'd probably be about the same.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch enough games to really get a feel for what that stadium is like up in Buffalo, but yeah, I just kind of had that random thought there a little bit. So we can see here we're about to get started. Mike Fiers on the bump, and I have not seen the White Sox lineup, but it looks like we've got Tim Anderson leading off here.
Hey, did you see what Peyton just said? Wait 1 second. I can go. My headphones.
Oh, okay. So we are going. We are live here. Tim Anderson has fouled off the first pitch for strike one. And potentially of note here, and one of the big storylines coming into this series was the White Sox have just absolutely battered left-handed pitching. I mean, coming into this series, 14-0 in games that were started by left-handed pitchers, and I believe now 15-0 because they lost also, or they beat Jesus Luzardo in game one. So maybe, the A's came into that game saying they were confident enough in Luzardo and they believed he could come and get the job done, and the White Sox kind of battered him around a little bit too, so could be impacting their starting pitching choice for game 3, that they're putting a righty and Mike Fiers on the mound. And I haven't watched enough. I don't know who else the A's had as starting pitching options necessarily, but it is definitely something to watch. As Tim Anderson will leg out an infield hit, and it's hard to say that anyone makes that play. That's a tough play, but you kind of wonder what would happen if the A's still had Matt Chapman at third base for that one, huh?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my stream up, but
yeah, I think me and Matty are still working on that, but because the ESPN broadcast was just ESPN.
If it's not working, I just sent you guys a link of what I've got the game running on.
Okay,
I'll just use that.
While we are in the early stages of this game here, this is only the second game to start today. The Astros notably knocked the Twins out yesterday, so that game would have started at 1 p.m. Eastern, but instead was not necessary to decide the series. And the Cubs and Marlins, we were originally going to broadcast that game, and that game would have started at 2 p.m. Eastern, and instead was postponed to tomorrow because of potential inclement weather. So we're here in the second postseason game today, and the first game of the day started at noon, and that was Braves-Reds. And if you were not watching, that game has just concluded with the Braves beating the Reds 5-0. A late home run surge powered the Braves up to the 5 runs that they ended up with after the first 20 innings of those 2 games ended in only 2 runs from the Braves and no runs from the Reds. So the Braves have now won 2 games and take that series, and they're the first team from the National League to advance to the National League Division Series. And, it's good to see that offense rolling a little bit more. I mean, there were definitely concerns with Marcell Ozuna and not doing much through all of the first game and most of the second game. Ronald Acuna was hitting fine. Freddie Freeman ended up getting the RBI single to win the game yesterday, but putting up 1 run in 13 innings and then making it into the 8th inning today and only seeing 1 run until then, it looked like the Braves offense might be a little off, which is certainly not good for them.
Yeah, that lineup has been crazy lately. Okay, I don't.
No. But yeah, I think we had a couple of matchups first round between great pitching, great offense with the Reds and the Braves and NL, the Indians, Yankees, and the AL. The AL saw a lot of offense from both teams. The NL side pitching. So. But that 8th inning for the Braves definitely got back on track into the next round.
Yeah, and it's looking like they will match up against either the well, it's guaranteed that they'll match up against either the Cubs or the Marlins, with the Marlins having a 1-0 lead in that series, and both of those teams have some fairly solid starting pitching. So that'll definitely be interesting to see, but it's hard to say you're going to match up against a team realistically for the rest of the playoffs with starting pitching as good as what the Reds had.
Yeah, for sure.
Running out Trevor Bauer and Luis Castillo, as you can see, the Reds scored none off Bauer and only one off Castillo, and you can't really ask for a better performance from your starting pitchers if you're the Reds.
Absolutely. It's kind of crazy. I thought starting pitching would play a much bigger role, I guess, than it has so far. Same way I thought the Indians had a real shot against the Yankees because I expected Bieber to be lights out in that game one. He was anything but. I think it might have been his worst start of the season, honestly.
Yeah, no, that was definitely Bieber's worst start of the season, I'd say.
And Abreu was like with the
Abreu
shot right there. Runners in scoring position.
Nice double into the gap from Abreu. And yeah, that's sets the White Sox up pretty nicely to potentially put some runs on the board in this first inning. I mean, Grandal made an out, but second and third with one out.
Yeah.
You're looking to get some runs out of that, no doubt.
And I think earlier there's gonna be a lot of offense in this game. And you have these opportunities, you gotta take advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And just jumping out to the lead will be huge as well. If they've got a rookie on the mound, and that makes all the difference in the world. If he can run out there with a lead. Oh, ugly swing there though from Eloy Jimenez. So Fires has Jimenez to 1-2 count now, and if he can get this out, this is a big one. I mean, Jimenez, I believe, has been out. Yeah, he hasn't played a game since September 24th. They're showing here, and he's got the chance to really do some damage. But if you go from 1 outs to 2 outs here, that will make a serious difference. I mean, a ball in play right now scores a run, pretty much, but he will. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Excuse us while we work through some technical details of the stream here, but that is certainly
not going to do it.
Yeah, that's not quite the ball in play that the White Sox needed. And so, they're still in striking distance for sure, but that is a tough out to see, undoubtedly. So
now base hit's probably gonna have to get those runners in. Not going to work with a long fly ball.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to have to get a guy on base safely now, because pretty much any field out. Okay, perfect. So we should be good now. We should have, if there was an echoing issue you were hearing, that should be resolved.
It's going to be caught.
And the A's are able to get out of the inning. So they bring up Jimenez and Moncada with runners on second and third, but the White Sox are not able to capitalize. And so we will go to Dane Dunning in the bottom of this first inning with the game tied at 0. So, yeah, big escape from Fires there. And always good to get through that top of the White Sox order without allowing too many runs. Okay, so are you guys on Mac or PC?
I'm on Mac.
I'm on a PC. Windows.
I think that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, I just have to set the aspect ratios for your video so they don't keep moving around.
Okay. Yeah.
So A's the bottom of the first got La Stella, Simeon, and Lamb due up. I think each of them got a hit first couple games. Looks
okay.
Just not prepared to do this game until a little bit ago, so don't have much stats on it, but figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're working on the fly a little bit. As we mentioned, we were planning originally to be running a stream of the Cubs and Marlins game, which got postponed to tomorrow.
Yeah, just looking really quickly through this A's order, they have a single hitter with an on-base percentage over 333. So kind of a rough lineup for them.
Yeah, and they've definitely taken a step back offensively from last year, and especially with the absence of Matt Chapman from this lineup, there are some serious concerns.
Yeah, I was just referring to so far in the postseason, but yeah, like their bats have not been super hot or anything.
And yeah, and they also had, last season Marcus Semien had a career year offensively, and he's taken a step back now. Matt Olson is not the same
with Canna.
He was a year ago. Chris Davis, certainly not the hitter he was in the last couple of years for the A's. And so, these are names in their lineup that we are used to seeing production out of, but it hasn't quite been there at the same level this year.
I think you mentioned it earlier with Chapman out. It's a big loss.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, true.
La Stella, as he laces a single into center field, was a moderately notable trade deadline addition for the A's this year. They picked him up from the Angels, but he's never been a huge or great hitter for any team he's played for, and really more than anything, that was just filling a hole they had at second base, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy considering Simeon was like, what, a 7-win player last year?
Yeah, he was.
And he really struggled this season.
Yeah, but as they just showed on the broadcast, he was very important to the win yesterday. hitting a 2-run homer that ultimately made the difference in a 5-3 win to tie the series at 1 game and force this game 3.
Yeah, wow. All of Simeon's savant metrics for this season are just brutal.
Oh, are they? Yeah.
It's like nothing above like the 10th percentile, honestly. Like just absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
It's not great.
That's a huge step back for him, undoubtedly.
Did we just see Crochet throw?
Yes. Crochet is warming up in the bullpen.
Looks like could be using an opener strategy or just short leash.
Yeah.
Winner take all game.
I would be very much here to see Crochet throw.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think there's almost no doubt that we're going to get to see Garrett Crochet today. I mean, no reason for the White Sox not to bring their best guns, and we've seen Crochet be pretty excellent with how he hides the ball well in his delivery. I mean, obviously he's pumping heat from the left side, throwing 100 miles per hour as a lefty is going to get you pretty far, and he's got some good breaking stuff that he hasn't even necessarily put to work yet. He's mostly relied on his fastball so far, and it's yielded a ERA of 0 over 5 or 6 innings, which is pretty impressive stuff. And if you weren't aware, he was their first round draft pick this year, 11th overall, and one of very few guys to kind of, he skipped the minor leagues. He skipped the minor leagues entirely, and so he's one of very few guys to make that jump from pitching in college, where a lot of people were critical of his college results because they weren't necessarily all that, and he made that jump from pitching in college to pitching in the big leagues, and it's paid off pretty well for the White Sox.
And
where did he go to school?
That is a good question.
Okay.
I'm sure Baseball Reference can tell us real quick.
Yeah.
Garrett Crochet, drafted out of University of Tennessee.
Okay, cool.
And that was, I believe, his struggles in college were more of a control thing than an issue of stuff. I mean,
yeah, because his
stuff is otherworldly.
Electric. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's nice to see some youth on a postseason pitching staff where pitching is going to make a big difference, and obviously the young pitching for the White Sox, especially outside of Giolito and Keuchel and Alex Colome, a lot of their options in the rotation and more specifically in the bullpen are younger guys.
Well, even Giolito at that, it's not that old. I mean, prospect in the trade just a couple of years ago, but he's the established veteran at this point, already with the no-hitter this year. So
yeah, and we saw an amazing outing from him in Game 1 of this series also.
Yeah.
I'm just now seeing Lamb pop up, so I think I'm a little bit behind y'all. But it was interesting seeing that graphic that he's been their best hitter for the past few months.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. Obviously we see hitters' performance vary by month in normal seasons too, but it feels like this year there are a lot of guys who had either a great August or a great September, but were not the best in both months.
Exactly. Yeah, Tatis is kind of the very first person I think of.
Tatis is a prime example.
Luis Robert,
yes. Watching the Cubs a lot, Ian Happ was absolutely on fire in August, and he definitely cooled down in September.
Yeah.
And there are some other guys that came on really strong at the end of the year. I mean, Freddie Freeman definitely heated up as the end of the season came on. Same with Jose Ramirez. He was obviously good all through the year, but he was very, very good in September.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, same. Rhys Hoskins was just abysmal to start the year. He was walking like 30% of the time, but if he wasn't walking, he was getting out.
Yeah.
And then, late in the season, he just caught fire and hit like 10 home runs in the span of just a few weeks. And yeah, he really turned his season around.
And of course, as we discussed on our most recent podcast episode, Adalberto Mondesi went from being probably the single worst hitter in baseball to doing very well over the course of the last month. And as we're talking about this, Jake Lamb, who sparked that discussion, he advances the leadoff runner to third base, and the A's suddenly are in a similar striking position here in the first inning.
And going to the bullpen now.
And
here comes
that will spell the end of the day for Dane Dunning.
After 2/3 of an inning. Wow.
So that's quite an interesting pitching strategy we're seeing here.
Going from righty to a hard-throwing lefty in the first inning.
Yeah, and Dunning, I believe, has started some games for them this year. So they, I'm assuming that means the plan is to really just bullpen this game and bring in their best pitchers every time they feel like they have a good matchup, because Dunning is a guy that could go out there and probably give you at least a few innings, and they're not even going to let him finish the first year.
Yeah, that's wild.
So yeah, that's definitely a very interesting development that we're seeing here, and outside of like Shane Bieber, we have mostly seen some pretty good starting pitching performances, and starting pitchers have at least gone deep into games. Even some guys that are falling apart a little bit more as starting pitchers, that's happening, getting into the 7th inning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe in college, Coach A did do some starting, so he could go a couple innings here. That's not how White Sox have been using him, I think, this year.
Interesting.
So we may see them try to stretch him out here, and they're probably going to be kind of hypersensitive to, obviously, how he's doing and how he's feeling.
Right.
But,
and his velocity, if that starts dipping, seems like it'd be a sign that it's too long.
But this is definitely an interesting development, and you're putting a lot of faith here in a guy that's still very young, and he hasn't. I don't know that I haven't watched all of his outings, but I don't know that he's necessarily even put very many guys on base. So he has a 0.5 WHIP right now in 6 innings pitched. So he's allowed 3 base runners in all of
3 hits, 8 strikeouts.
Yeah.
1 hit by pitch.
Okay. So 4 base runners, including the hit by pitch, but no walks, that means.
Yeah.
So now with first and third, this is the most runners he's had on base at a time all season. So he, like we were saying, he's got the stuff to get it done, but you've also never seen him struggle, and you don't know how he's going to handle base runners. You don't know how he's going to handle pressure of being here, pitching to try and prevent runs
postseason game
in a winner-take-all postseason game. He's barely even been on the roster long enough to comprehend the level he's pitching at.
He threw in 1 game at Tennessee. Wow.
1 game this year, because of the COVID-shortened season, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
Had 35 games over the past 2 years.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't know if I've seen him pitch from the stretch before either.
Yeah, well, going up against Olsen for your first postseason appearance, that's not the easiest task.
Matt Olsen is certainly a dangerous hitter, no matter which way you shape it. But one interesting thing, and one thing that I've seen, is you might notice in Crochet's delivery, he hides the ball very well all the way through. To the point where even when his hand separates from his glove, his back is mostly turned to home plate. So his hand separates from his glove, and as the hitter, you can't even necessarily see that. So that's another way that he messes with timing a little bit, by not revealing too much about his delivery or his timing as he's going through it, which is also something that's very interesting to watch.
So we were talking earlier about him hitting 102, I think. Graphic here says 53% of his pitches have been 100 plus, and his first 3 pitches were all under 99, which is interesting. You'd think maybe you would think maybe it'd be higher with all the adrenaline and stuff, and he gets out of it, but lower velocity. So he's definitely controlling himself.
Yeah, he looked very.
Maybe he's holding back because they're
I was thinking the exact.
He might be holding back because they expect him to go a couple innings here.
I was thinking the exact same thing. If he's been in 1 inning appearances, all season long so far, he may be holding himself back a little bit, knowing that they want to stretch him out more. And obviously he looked just as lethal there. So
yeah,
really effective breaking ball right there from him.
Good. Yeah, 14 miles an hour difference on that slider.
Yeah, he goes behind his head with the ball, and then you don't see it till it's right up on you.
But yeah, I mean, man, he looks pretty good, and he'll be good to watch for a long time, for sure. So we have one question in chat, which is predictions for this game. Now that we are an inning in, we've seen both teams put runners on and fail to score, fail to plate those runners. And so yeah, so what are we thinking, guys? Who do you got winning this game? How do you think it's going to pan out? I mean, we've already seen an interesting pitching strategy from the White Sox.
I think they're a stronger team, and I think that I just think that they have a better chance of potentially breaking this one open because I just think their lineup's a lot stronger.
Yeah, I think at this point, White Sox a little bit deeper hitting wise. Pitching, not sure who has the edge there, but I'm gonna go 7-4. I think White Sox for 1 inning.
Okay, so Matt
I like it.
We're gonna see quite a bit of offense here, at least relative to the rest of the playoffs so far. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I mean, I think the A's have a better bullpen. That's not saying the White Sox don't have good bullpen options, but it's very interesting to me that the White Sox burned Dunning so quickly.
Yeah.
And I think
I really can't say that I understand that at all.
I think that could potentially come back to harm them, honestly. He's a fairly reliable arm at least. And now you're running out Crochet, who's never pitched more than, I believe, an inning or two in a big league outing. They have Cody Hoyer, who's a good bullpen option. They have Alex Colomé, as we mentioned, good bullpen option. But after that, I think things start getting a little bit more dicey when the White Sox turn things over to their bullpen, and that's not exactly what you want to do in a winner-take-all game. And, we're seeing there Giolito and Keuchel are not even in uniform today on the sideline. So the potential for Giolito to come in relief appears to be off the table. And that might thin things out even more for the White Sox.
But man, that's way gone.
Luis Robert, in case you forgot, he's pretty good. And he
hits the ball hard. He hits the ball far.
He has just smoked a baseball. White Sox wish that one happened last inning with runners on. But my goodness, 112 exit velocity, traveled almost 500 feet.
487.
487. That was
demolished,
that baseball.
And he knew it, so it looked bat flip, bat throw, I guess.
Yeah, that was awesome. And, Fires doesn't necessarily have that stuff to miss bats and to strike you out, and so that definitely puts him in danger of giving up hard contact like that. Man.
Mine and Matthew's prediction looking a little better right now.
Yeah. White Sox are
get those runs on the board.
And, like I was saying for Dunning, same thing applies for Crochet. He's going to feel good going back out now with a lead in this game.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see him run it up to 102 now.
Yeah, he's going to start pumping heat now. Well, I don't know if it's cheating that I get to make my prediction after I saw that home run, but the White Sox are looking pretty good now, and they're coming into this game. Obviously, they've got a lot of energy, and that home run is pumping them up. Yeah, I mean, as long as they can piece it together pitching-wise, I think the White Sox absolutely will be able to pull through in this game. J-Roy, you definitely made a good point that I think the White Sox offense also just has a better capability to string together big innings, deal really a lot of damage, and it's hard to overstate that. Especially if they can keep working Fires a little bit. You know, he got through the first inning without too high of a pitch count, but if they can keep working him and knock him out of the game, you know, fourth inning, fifth inning, you're still putting a lot of pressure on an A's bullpen that even though it's good, you know, you can't necessarily expect them to come out of it every single inning without allowing any runs.
Right. Who do you think we'd see first out of the A's bullpen?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and I haven't seen their bullpen strategy a ton necessarily. And I also think about that depends on when they turn to their bullpen.
Yeah, the situation and the inning score, all that goes into who comes out first. But
and I guess that brings up another question, which is how, you know, if you're Bob Melvin, how long of a leash are you giving Mike Fiers in this game? Right? Because, you know, if you get to third inning and the White Sox start threatening again, I mean, they're going to be bringing up the top of their order again in the third inning. Say you get into the third inning, the White Sox start threatening. They've got, you know, 2 runners on base, less than 2 outs. Are you really going to let Fiers finish that inning and give the White Sox a chance to blow the game open?
See, out of the bullpen, I don't know if any of their previous starters would be available.
Who started yesterday for the A's? Bassett started yesterday. So I think maybe we see, you know, especially if it's a situation where we're trying to piece together, you know, the A's have 5-6 innings to cover with the bullpen. I think it would not be surprising at all to see Sean Manaea first out of that bullpen. Yeah, so that's 2 guys that the A's can stretch out and that they feel pretty comfortable able to get outs. But, you know, we're talking about Fiers like he's for sure going to get knocked out of this game, but he comes out with 2 pretty good-looking strikeouts there. Yeah, for sure. So, we lost Jonathan for a second, so we will we're working on getting him back in. If you see him frozen right now, but we will still be here for sure. And we'll be figuring that out as it develops. Yeah, so the White Sox do get another man on base. Madrigal pokes one through for a base hit. He flirted with a double for a second there. It looked like he was going to run for it. But, so yeah, and that brings, I mean, like I was saying, the White Sox, the top of the order is now up here in the second inning yet. And Tim Anderson obviously is always dangerous. The guys behind him are really dangerous. Yeah. And that'd be pretty impressive if neither starter made it out of the second. Not necessarily Dunning's fault, but yeah, just short leash for these guys. And you know, if Fiers can get out of this relatively quickly, he's still sitting around 30-35 pitches. which is not too bad, but the White Sox are already starting to put a little bit of pressure on him inning after inning. I mean, first inning you've got 2 base runners, second inning you've got a homer, and now another base runner. Yes, exactly. And and that's why we're seeing more aggressive bullpen usage too, because especially nowadays, um, it's when it's do or die in this game. You can't say, oh well, we might need this guy later. If you don't use him now and you end up losing, you're gonna regret that. I mean, 2016 AL wildcard game is certainly the epitome of that one.
Okay, there we go. Y'all hear me?
All right. Yes.
Yeah, I can get him back.
We're back. Full strength.
I don't know what happened there, but
no worries. So we got a 2-2 count here, and this feels like a pretty high. I mean, we're second inning here, but this is a pretty high leverage moment for both teams. Fires is keeping Madrigal honest over there at first. I honestly don't know. Is Madrigal much of a base stealer?
I feel like he's definitely got some wheels.
He's got speed. I've seen people. I've seen some White Sox fan talking about how he had speed in college and now he overestimates his speed a little bit.
And now he's gonna
just can't get to that
score
ball.
from first.
Which is going to plate another. No, it's not going to plate another.
No, he's going to stop the third.
But Tim Anderson with a pretty impressive double there, and again we got second and third, 2 outs for the White Sox.
And got the heart of the order coming up. Yes. Big RBI guys with Grandal and Abreu.
Yes, for sure. And Abreu especially. I mean, if Grandal can do pretty much anything except get an out here, this inning is looking very good for the White Sox, even with 2 outs. So to answer my own question, Madrigal, 2 stolen bases and 1 caught stealing. So he did steal. He did attempt many steals last year in the minors, but likely the White Sox are focused on keeping him on base more so than getting him into scoring position. And if he had made it to second there, he would have scored, obviously. But most important thing is keeping.
It's in the 80th percentile
of sprint speed. Okay, yeah. So he's got some speed for sure. And he's probably also still figuring out how to use it as a young rookie. But we see the A's already have Yusmeiro Petit warming in their bullpen. I think it's entirely possible that no matter what happens here, this is Fire's last batter of the game.
Yeah.
Of note.
So yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I was just going to say they knocked him out. They were even expecting.
Yes. Absolutely. And the White Sox, they're coming out being aggressive, and they took the early lead on Tuesday. They fell behind yesterday and ultimately lost, and here they're jumping out ahead again, and that's certainly a good feeling for them. Of note, also, is the on-field bullpen in Oakland. I believe that is the only remaining on-field bullpen in baseball. Just out in foul territory is where they have the bullpen. That used to be the case at Wrigley Field. They had the bullpen on the field, and they've since moved it under the bleachers in the outfield. This leaves this stadium with its huge foul territory as, I believe, the only on-field bullpen in baseball.
Probably the thing that annoys me the most about this stadium, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely one of many quirks.
And here comes manager.
Manager or pitching coach, one of the two. yes, that will be the end of Mike Fiers' day. So he loads the bases with 2 outs in the 2nd inning, and that will
2/3 and 1 2/3 for the 2 starting pitchers.
Yeah, combined 2 1/3 innings from our starting pitchers today.
Yeah, considering Bauer went like 7 2/3 the other day, not exactly a great outing from either of them.
Yes,
and
so we'll see Petit, who's got some good stuff coming in to try and keep runs off the board here, and he's got 2 outs, which is nice. But the White Sox are really threatening right now, and even if they come out of this inning without another run, they're feeling good about their offense so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Petit was a. Yeah, I was just gonna say Petit was a big part of couple of those Giants teams, I think, that ended up winning the World Series.
I was about to say, I got PTSD from that 2014 NLDS when he pitched against the Nats. 6 innings, 1 hit from the 12th through 17th innings. Wow. Not fun time for Nats, but he's done well in the postseason in his career.
Yeah, and so obviously he's one of the older guys in baseball. Petit being 35 years old, and so they probably, they may not be looking to stretch him out quite so much, and he definitely didn't get as much work this year. But he's a guy who, as recently as 2017, 2018, was throwing 90 innings a year, which is an abnormally large volume of work for a reliever. So the A's, probably have in mind that he's, gets this out and then at least goes another inning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, as we mentioned, they'll probably then turn to one of their starters who didn't get a start in this series. Frankie Montas or Sean Manaea, try and bridge the gap a little bit between the 2nd inning that we're in now and the 7th, 8th, 9th innings when you want to use your higher leverage relievers.
Yeah.
Petit's given up 3 runs on 10 hits in 16 1/3 innings in his postseason career for a 1.65 ERA.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't necessarily say that. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's just good.
Yeah.
Put it any other way.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just showed up on the broadcast. If any of these base runners score, those are earned runs for Fiers. So currently he's out of the game with 1 earned run, but the potential for up to 3 more, depending on what happens in the remainder of this inning.
Gotta love that if you're a reliever.
Not if you're a starter.
Yeah, not if you're Fiers. If you're Petit, you're like, wow, this is mean.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to win the game also.
No, yeah. I'm joking. Yeah, definitely. It's not ideal. I feel like the way MLB does unearned runs has always been kind of funky, but
yeah. Abreu has a somewhat distinct look, and Petit does get out of the inning. So on his 2nd pitch, he gets the ground out, and the White Sox only have 1 run on the board.
Straining a lot of base runners.
Yes.
Never a good sign.
I believe they've left 5 runners on base now through 2 innings. Yeah, that's certainly not optimal. But they're probably, I mean, they're still feeling good. Obviously, they're seeing the ball well, getting guys on base, but
you gotta push them across.
Yeah, and the A's are obviously they're not going to relent. They're going to keep throwing their best pitchers that they have available. And so, it's possible that Fiers is the worst pitcher that the White Sox will see today. And in that regard, it kind of hurts to only get 1 run off him with so many opportunities.
Yeah, that's very true.
Good point in the chat. Crochet, that inning took a while, so Crochet has also been sitting for quite some time now. And he, this season, had 5 appearances and only went 2 innings in one of them. So he's probably also not used to the up and down of pitching multiple innings in a big league game, at least. But yeah, so as we head to the bottom of the second, both teams have had runners on base every time so far. The White Sox 2 times, and the A's are about to have their second time up to bat. And just 1 run on the board so far, with a lot of the base runners coming with 2 outs. And that makes it definitely more difficult to plate them.
Yeah, the only run we had was off a solo home run, so kind of ironic.
Yeah.
Which, if you didn't see it, you got to go find a replay, because that was absolutely demolished.
What was it? 470 something feet.
487.
487.
Yeah, quite possibly will be the furthest home run hit in this entire postseason.
Yeah, I would bet on it, honestly.
Yeah.
How many do we see longer than that in the regular season?
The only
Probably
one,
not many.
The only one I know for sure is Acuna's 495.
I was about to say.
Right.
Other than that, possible that there wasn't a single home run longer in the regular season. So yeah, we come into the bottom of the second here. Oakland has the bottom end of their order coming to the plate. I believe this will be their 6, 7, 8 hitters this inning.
Looks like Chris Davis.
Yeah, so we got Chris Davis here, who once upon a time led MLB in home runs. This season, as you can see, he has 2 home runs and is hitting just 200.
10 RBIs.
Yeah. So certainly not that same dangerous hitter he once was. 1 home run in this series. But yeah, I mean, you think of him and you think of Chris Davis from the Orioles. You probably don't want to have either one on your team now.
Yeah. At one point, those were the 2 of the top players in the league. Not anymore.
Premier home run hitters. Man, it really is very noticeable how circular the seating is in the Coliseum.
Yeah.
And he went around for that. So an ugly strikeout from Chris Davis to start the inning. Oh yeah, he definitely did not hold up there. On a pitch that ended up in the dirt. So, props to Crochet for making a good pitch. We've got, is that the training staff out to see Crochet now?
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Not at all a good sign.
And they're pulling him?
Huh? Really? Wow.
So it looks like we're going to try and get someone warmed up real quickly. Yeah.
And I wonder if that has to do with the weight. We mentioned earlier, coming out.
It definitely could, yeah.
Trying to throw 100 after sitting for 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, that spells the end of the day for the Crochet. And already, the White Sox have 2 solid young pitchers, and they have each pitched just 2/3 of an inning.
Yeah. And, I mean, this game's important. It's obviously winner take all, but with a young guy like that, you got to be careful because that's future both for him and the franchise.
Absolutely.
Don't want something bad happening.
So, if anything is potentially wrong, no doubt that's the right move rather than trying to stretch him out too much. The White Sox obviously still have solid pitching options, and and even in this postseason, he could potentially make an impact if, as long as he's still healthy.
Right.
So we're going to commercial break now, and Aaron Bummer is warming up. And I don't know if Aaron Bummer typically pitches very deep into games. This season, Aaron Bummer, 26 years old, 9 games pitched, and 9 1/3 innings. So Aaron Bummer has typically been a 1-inning guy for the White Sox. They've never really in his career stretched him much more than that. Last year, 58 appearances and 67 2/3 innings. But a very solid pitcher. I mean, 2.13 ERA in almost 70 innings pitched last year, and a 0.96 in his appearances this season.
Yeah.
But
Good.
ultimately, the White Sox are going to need someone to start picking up more innings. I mean, it doesn't look like Bummer is going to go more than 2 innings here. Yeah.
Still a 9-inning game. Got to get through.
And I
believe, gotta get through this.
I believe Dylan Cease pitched yesterday, so he's one of their starting pitchers. We may see Reynaldo Lopez today. He was an option to start this game. Ultimately, they went with Dunning. But yeah, this will be interesting. The White Sox, we're very likely hoping for more than 2/3 of an inning out of Crochet, and now they have burned 2 of their better pitching options for this game.
Yeah.
Notably, Crochet's velocity was down. We were speculating that might be because he thought he was going to pitch more than an inning that he's accustomed to. But that also could be another indicator of potential discomfort out there.
Yeah.
That caused him to come out of the game. So we will, we will have to wait and hear more on that. But in the meantime, I mean, even if he's only got an inning or 2 in him, Aaron Bummer, very likely a solid option for the White Sox here. And you probably got in mind they're throwing some of their better guys early on in this game, with grabbing a pretty solid lead on their minds.
There's no point in saving them.
Yes, exactly. If you save your best pitching options, end up behind in the game, suddenly you're clawing back instead of, feeling comfortable with a lead.
Right.
Really cool graphic right there. They're trying to snap. Both these teams are trying to snap a really large postseason series win drought.
Yes. So regardless of who wins this game, it will be the first time that one of them has won since at least 2006. White Sox have not won a postseason series since their World Series victory in 2005. And yes, the A's have lost 9 straight winner-take-all postseason games, including, I believe, 3 straight wildcard games.
And
not in the last 3 years, but
yeah.
I believe their last 3 postseason appearances have been wildcard appearances, and they lost the wildcard games. So yes, this would definitely be big for the A's to even make it to the division series for the first time in quite some time. And obviously big for the White Sox, who are in the playoffs at all for the first time since 2008, and have not advanced past their opening round for the first since 2005. So yeah, this will be kind of, we thought this game might be a little bit of a struggle pitching wise for both teams, and we are seeing that manifest a lot more than we maybe thought it would early on.
It's our 5th pitcher, not even through 2 innings. And I think, I predicted a White Sox win earlier, but if it goes to a battle of the bullpens and it's a close game right now, I think that favors the A's more than the White Sox.
It definitely does, I think.
Yeah. And again, that really calls into question the decision to pull Dunning so early in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, great pitch right there. Just missed, I guess.
Oh man, yeah. Very close. Almost got the strikeout, but not quite.
Guess I'm a little bit behind you, but yeah, it's a good pitch.
Yeah, I'm a little behind you as well, Joey. And looks like a good check swing by Grossman. I mean, obviously he wasn't going to get his bat down on that ball. Nice play, nice throw by Moncada to grab that out.
Zuna hit one out earlier.
Yeah, he hit the home run that kind of broke it open. And he really smoked it too.
Yeah. It's tough for the Reds.
It is.
Getting into the playoffs and not scoring a run.
Yeah.
Grossman got down the line quick there.
And, yeah, that's the first time that the Reds made the playoffs since 2013. And if you didn't see, Joey Votto was saying that this Reds team was better than that one. And I believe he called the team an effing nightmare. Well, clearly...
For their own fans,
yeah,
it was.
Clearly they forgot the offensive side of that. So a team that a lot of people thought might be the most... I mean, we... 4 NL Central teams in this postseason, and you could make a very strong argument that that was the most dangerous NL Central team.
Mm-hmm. I definitely thought so.
And they failed to grab even a run across 2 games, which, yeah, that's pretty tough. But ultimately it came down to the bullpen, which a lot of people knew was not. If you consider rotation, offensive lineup, and bullpen, the bullpen is probably the weakest of those 3 for the Reds, and they ended up putting pressure on that bullpen, and that did not pay off. But Bummer retires 2 in a row for a clean second inning from the White Sox. So now we are headed.
Y'all see that play at short? I think that's what separates Anderson from like an elite shortstop. I feel like an elite shortstop is coming up on that ball, and
yeah, that's fair.
He kind of let it come up on him and made the play a lot closer than it needed to be. I feel like.
Yeah.
If you got a fast runner there, that's going to be a hit sometimes. It's got to be a routine out every time.
And yeah, you'll have coaches telling you that. You charge a ball like that, and you're right, Jonathan. He sat back on that ball and made it close. He made a good throw. He executed the play fine the way he approached it. But in terms of his approach, I certainly think that you might be correct about that. Obviously, none of us are big league shortstops, so we can't say for sure.
True.
Yeah.
So despite, it seeming like a pretty offense-heavy game so far, just 1-0 as we come into the 3rd inning.
Yeah. And like you said, it's not really a pitcher's duel, but yet here we are, only 1 run scored. So.
Yeah, so the thing to watch will definitely be pitching and bullpen management for both of these teams now. So we got 2 more games on the slate for today. We had the potential to have up to 8 games today. 3 of those were made obsolete yesterday, as we had 3 sweeps in the first round of the AL Wildcard Series. This being the only game in the American League, and the only series so far in the whole playoffs where Game 3 has been necessary. And yeah, and then obviously the rain out earlier from today brought the total of games down today from 5 to 4. And that makes the postseason schedule somewhat interesting for the rest of the way.
Oh, Lord.
We got something interesting coming.
Solid
contact from Jimenez there for a double. Right out of the gate for Petit. And as we can see, the White Sox, they're still looking pretty solid, pretty aggressive, like they're seeing the ball well on offense.
Yeah, definitely.
It's at 113 miles an hour.
I was about to say, that came off the bat hot.
Yeah. That's the third hit by the White Sox at over 110 miles an hour this game already.
So the Robert homer, that ball, and what was the other one?
The Abreu double in the first inning was 116.
Oh,
wow.
Man. Yeah, so definitely seeing the ball well.
And Moncada, who has struggled a lot more this season than last year, showing bunt early in this inning, which is perhaps a questionable decision on his part.
I most certainly think it is.
But yeah. It looks like we've got an in-game interview going on with Ramon Laureano while he's out in center field. What do you guys think of having a player on the mic in a playoff game?
Oh, I love it. I think that's great. It's funny that he agreed to it, though. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if I was on the field right now, I'd try to be as locked in as possible. But I think from a fan standpoint, it's fun to see.
Yeah, and I prefer the ones in the outfield a lot more than, getting a shortstop or something, as looks like training staff coming back out.
Yeah, I was going to wait to say anything, but yeah.
Oh, boy.
Is Jimenez looking uncomfortable out there at second base, it appears?
White Sox trainer getting a lot more action than he would have hoped at this point.
Yeah, so Jimenez was having some trouble with an ankle or a foot issue for the last week or so, and it appears that is still bothering him now after making a run to second base on his double there.
Yeah, kind of ginger coming out of the box. I don't know if that's just how he usually. Yeah, he definitely looked a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he's not a guy that typically runs too well, but yeah, does not necessarily look comfortable out there.
And he's got a pinch run McCann.
So the White Sox already seeing their depth being tested a whole lot in this game. Man. How many, side note, how many pinch running catchers do you see?
Yeah.
I was just about to say that. That's funny that McCann is the one that they're throwing out there.
I think it makes total sense. I believe they had Jimenez out there as the DH. I don't think they were going to have him.
You want someone that can hit without using another player later in the game.
So, they have Gerard Dyson, who's pretty much the designated pinch runner, center field defensive replacement. Not that you need a defensive replacement for Eloy Jimenez, or for Luis Robert, excuse me.
I could have gone Encarnacion, so.
Yes.
Interesting they didn't do that.
They had James McCann and they had Encarnacion, and Encarnacion has really not lived up to what the White Sox were hoping with the contract they signed him on.
Hit 157 this year, 10 homers, so.
Yeah, so pretty much only hit homers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the mic'd up players in a playoff game, I still think is pretty interesting. I honestly, um, I'm all for whatever entertainment we can get, but I don't know about. I mean, like you were saying, Jay, right? I wouldn't agree to that myself.
Yeah, no, I
You'd think you want to be locked in as much as possible in a playoff game.
He's gonna get a play here.
Exactly, as you can see, a very important play for Laureano, and it's hard to say whether that really
White Sox
him.
double the lead.
I don't know that he had too much of a chance there anyway.
Was that Robert?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Luis Robert, both RBIs for the White Sox right now. Huge performance from the rookie.
Yeah, just right back up the middle, not trying to do too much even after that home run last time. Just get that run in.
That one oddly did not look like it came off the bat that hard.
Yeah.
But definitely enough to get the job done.
Yeah, that was only 76 miles an hour off the bat.
Yeah. And Laureano, one of the best outfield arms in baseball. Probably, a good arm is not necessarily the first tool you look for in a good center fielder, and Laureano probably has one of the best arms out in center field in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, for sure.
A good arm you typically put at one of your corner outfield spots. Depends mostly on the range of the guy, how fast he runs, how good a jump he gets on the ball also. But yeah, so Nomar Mazara up to bat, who is also a little bit noteworthy for the White Sox this year. Him and Encarnacion, both not necessarily living up to the expectations that were set for them. We thought maybe this White Sox offense would be a little bit deep, more so than have super hard hitters necessarily. And instead we saw Mazara, who hit 20 home runs over a full season last year, and I believe had one, maybe 2 home runs all year this year too. So him, Encarnacion, even Moncada contributing to a lineup that has been more top heavy, as some of the depth guys didn't really perform up to expectations.
Yeah, definitely.
And comes through here, another one into the gap.
And that'll put the White Sox up 3-0. And
another double.
Yeah, another double. Good on them for, in an inning where they've seen now a couple of their pitchers that they hoped might go deeper into the game have already been spent. And Jimenez, who they hoped to get more out of offensively, is out of the game. So grabbing a couple more runs, extending this lead is huge here for the White Sox, I'd say.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And we talked about how good Petit had been in the playoffs, and then gives out a couple runs.
We jinxed it.
Yeah, so it appears to be Montas that'll be the first starter to come in for the A's.
Warming up now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he assumed he'd be coming into this game. He probably hoped it wouldn't be down 3-0 in the third inning.
Right. And that double was 108 off the bat. So another crush
hard hit ball.
So maybe it'll be pretty important if the A's can bring in guys to start missing some bats, honestly.
Yeah.
Montas was not excellent this year. With some better performance, he probably would have started this game. But he's definitely a talented guy out there. Yeah, last season Montas, 16 starts and he had a 2.63 ERA. So it looked like he would be, a very solid starting option for the A's this year. And then this season came out, he raised his strikeout rate. But he also saw his walk rate almost double, walks per 9. His walk percentage rose by 4% from 5.8 to 9.7%. which made his strikeout to walk ratio a lot worse. And that combined with a lot higher home run rate relative to the amount of fly balls he gave up meant that Montas allowed a lot more runs this year.
Good pitch right there from Petit.
Yes,
yeah.
Grabs a big out off of Adam Engel. Yeah, so Montas, maybe underperformed a little bit this year, but he allowed more hard contact, more fly balls, and he walked more players. And hard contact and fly balls, as we've seen, are what the White Sox are thriving on right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So we've got Madrigal up now with a chance to do damage, and Madrigal, former top prospect. This is his rookie season, and he hasn't excelled, but he's shown why he's good. I mean, we saw that earlier in the game, he's got good sprint speed, and he makes really solid contact. You can probably tell he doesn't have the build of some of his teammates. And here he puts the bat on the ball, but it does not amount to anything. So the White Sox put runs on the board, but
not a ton of power from Madrigal.
Yes, not at all. I don't know if he hit any home runs this year. So we head to the bottom of the third, and it is 3-0 White Sox now. Very important from them to have grabbed a couple more runs. And now more than anything, we're talking about the White Sox pitching, but I think it has to start, the discussion is more about the A's offense now.
Yeah.
They've got a chance to capitalize on, a White Sox staff that's now got probably 3 of its best 6 or 7 pitchers are no longer available for this game. And so, Aaron Bummer's probably going to come out, and obviously he's still a very good option, but the A's ultimately have to start putting more pressure on this White Sox staff, because if they can do that, then they're going to force Renteria to make a lot of tough pitching decisions, and they're just going to make it a lot more difficult for the White Sox to come out of this game. But right now, the A's offense, they threatened in the first, but they went down quietly in the second, and if that happens again, suddenly it looks like the White Sox are really rolling in this game.
Yeah. And you don't want to have it be, 7th, 8th inning with big deficit. You want to start chipping away at that now, even if you can't get all of it back.
Yeah, for sure.
Really good season for Renteria, though, as a manager. I feel like he should definitely be one of the finalists for Manager of the Year on the AL side of things.
Yeah, no, and he probably will be a finalist. Anytime you've got a team that turns it around quite like the White Sox did. But I think some White Sox fans would definitely not agree. They might argue that it hasn't been his best season.
Interesting. Okay.
I know. Jeremy Frank tweeted at one point that it'll be interesting to see voters grapple with the contrast between how good the White Sox have been and how poor some of Renteria's managerial decisions were.
Okay, interesting.
So, should we start placing bets on how many pitchers we're going to see in this game total?
I think
we're already up to 5 pitchers.
Yeah.
Been in the game.
I think we see at least 10.
Yeah, we've seen a 6th pitcher warming up, and we're only in the 3rd inning. I think there's almost no way we come out of this game with under 10 pitchers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's say the over/under is 12.5.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna put it at. I think it depends how long, if they use their starter, if he's just out there for 2 innings versus 5. But I'm going to go with over on that.
Yeah, so the White Sox now have Cody Hoyer warming up, which would be their 4th pitcher. And I mean, 13 pitchers in a game is so many.
Yeah.
That's my only hold. But
Yeah.
we're already on track for a ton. I'd probably have to take the over on it too, honestly. It's hard for me to say that, but J-Roy, what do you think?
I don't know. I think at one point one of these pitchers has to settle in, and I think we might see a 2 or 3 inning stretch from one of them, and so it's hard to say. I think I'd probably take the under. I could see it ending up at around 10 or 11. Honestly, we'll see though. Right as I say that, he puts a guy on. So
yeah. So Bummer at 14 pitches now hasn't recorded an out in the 3rd with a leadoff walk. Let's see. So I asked some our Discord. We've got one answer saying under 12.5 between both teams. If Bummer doesn't make it out of this inning, we might start asking over under 12.5 pitchers for the White Sox. Hello.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are y'all surprised that Giolito doesn't seem to be an option for today at all?
Yeah, I would say so.
But at the same time, he went 7, 8 innings the other day. That was 2 days ago, right? It's a short turnaround. Yeah.
Well, that's the same thing as Mad Bum pitching out of the bullpen in Game 7 after he pitched Game 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be the same strategy the Nats used last year's sort of bullpen session, except in a game as opposed to just in the bullpen.
Right. I think after, you've got Bummer in the game right now. The White Sox have Cody Hoyer and they have Alex Colomé. And I think after those 3 guys, you don't have a bullpen option that's better than Giolito.
Yeah.
I don't think they anticipated being quite this thin on pitching so early. But if Giolito is really not an option for today whatsoever, I'm quite surprised that they didn't even keep the door open to using him in this game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
When would the division series start for this team?
Oh, I think maybe it starts Monday.
Okay.
I think it's Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure.
Don't quote me on that.
So even if Giolito were to, throw an inning or 2 here, if he probably wouldn't go Game 1.
I think you could.
But you got to get to Game 1 first.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Exactly.
I think because Keuchel pitched yesterday, so if Game 1 is Monday or Tuesday, you can run Keuchel out.
It's Monday.
You can run Keuchel out for Game 1 on normal rest.
Exactly.
And then even if Giolito threw an inning or 2 today, that's 5 days. Tuesday is 5 days from now.
Yeah.
So you can start Keuchel in Game 2, you can start Giolito in Game 2, fully rested from an appearance today that wouldn't even be a full start.
Exactly. So I'm a little surprised that he's not an option.
Yeah.
That would just that would give them a ton of stability right here, I think, because their bullpen right now does not seem super stable.
I don't know that I'd lean on him for more than an inning or 2.
I agree. I wouldn't, especially since he threw, what was it, 3 nights ago?
2 nights, yeah.
2 nights ago, yeah. How many innings did he go?
I think he went into the 8th.
Do we know? Oh, okay.
I think he started the 8th and didn't get an out in the 8th. I think it was 7+ innings, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, that's right. 100 pitches exactly.
Simeon with a base hit into center.
Simeon with a base hit into center. So now the White Sox are, Aaron Bummer is suddenly on a bit under strain here.
Struggling a little bit.
If this inning gets away from you, you could look up and it's a tied game for the White Sox here.
Yes, and Bummer at 22 pitches, and when he hasn't really gone more than an inning all season, he's starting to reach probably his
max. Yeah.
And let's look at pinch hitting, maybe, for the A's. What do we have?
What was that?
Looks like we're getting up, or is it just a mound visit?
It looks like just a mound visit. I think they might be throwing Hoyer out there. I don't know. Yeah. They're pulling him.
So that'll be the end of the day for Aaron Bummer. And, he still currently leads the White Sox in innings pitched in this game with 1.
I honestly think that's the right call there, though. I think he was kind of reaching the end of the line for himself.
That's fair. I mean,
and Chad.
Go ahead, Matt.
Chad Pinder was announced into the game as a pinch hitter for Jake Lamb.
Okay.
So that's why the pitching changed now, I think, going to a righty for the righty pinch hitter.
Okay. So the White Sox go to Cody Hoyer, who, also a young guy. He's, I think, 25. 24 even, excuse me. Drafted in 2018. This is his rookie season in the major leagues. Hoyer had a really good year, 152 ERA. Not a super dominant guy in terms of strikeouts to walks. And ultimately had a batting average on balls in play this season of 193, which is really low.
Mm-hmm.
So he left a lot of guys on base. You could argue that he got pretty lucky to have his results, which, obviously you're going to see that from a reliever. But 21 games pitched and 23 2/3 innings this year. So Hoyer, not a guy you can stretch out more than an inning or two either.
Yeah. And as we talking about that, how long the pitchers are going, 4th pitcher in 3 innings. The most pitchers used in a playoff game, in a 9-inning playoff game, is 9.
Oh.
So something to keep an eye on for one team. That's for one team.
Yeah.
And we're at inning, so something to watch out for.
Yeah, we could definitely hit that more.
I'm going to see if I can get a sense of how many more pitchers are even available today for the White Sox.
Yeah.
Relievers, good relievers we haven't seen yet from the White Sox. Jimmy Cordero, who we're probably likely to see in this game. I know, I believe he was 1st or 2nd in the majors in relief appearances this season. And I've been mentioning Alex Colomé. I'm not sure when he last pitched in this series. I would assume he pitched on Tuesday. I'm going to see if I can confirm or deny that. Hoyer coming out with great stuff here too from the right-hand side, and he and Crochet are looking like they're going to be I think Hoyer is for sure a reliever. I don't know about Crochet, but it's looking like Hoyer and Crochet, wherever they end up slotting into the White Sox pitching staff, are going to be very solid options for years to come. As I say that, Hoyer allows an infield hit.
Yeah, loading the bases again. But I think, again.
Yeah, so now with only 1 out, second time we've seen the bases loaded in this game. This time it's for the A's, not the White Sox. So Anderson comes up with a good stop there, but unable to keep control of the ball. And here we are. I don't know who this brings up for the A's.
I think it's Canna. Or wait, is that who?
Yes, Mark Canna.
Okay, yeah.
And just like that, we got the go-ahead run at the plate for the A's after the White Sox haven't been able to take advantage of their opportunities.
That's right.
Saw with the Indians-Yankees yesterday, Indians put on some runs early, and then Yankees hit a grand slam, take the lead in, I think it was the 4th or 5th inning. So.
Oh, that's yeah.
That's not ideal.
So the White Sox catch a break here, not unlike the Eloy Jimenez pop-up earlier in the game. And now with 2 outs, the A's look, obviously not threatening very much more because you're going to have to get a base hit to play the run here.
They do have their best hitter up right now, though, with the bases loaded, so.
And, well, it's pretty meaningless now. I believe Matt Wilson also hit a grand slam for the A's earlier in the season.
Yeah. He had a walk-off grand slam, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Opening weekend.
So Alex Colomé did pitch in Game 1 on Tuesday. He got the save in that game, and he threw 1 inning. So the White Sox did not really use their bullpen much at all on Tuesday, which is promising now, because most of their guys are fresh, at least relatively. But yesterday, if I can find it. Yesterday, obviously, Dallas Keuchel did not have a great outing.
Just fell.
Almost caught by the ball boy, too.
Yeah, that ball was struck. That ball looked stroked off the bat. I thought that could have been down the line at first.
Yeah. So the White Sox actually they didn't use their bullpen too much yesterday either. But Cordero went 2 2/3 yesterday, so he's probably pretty spent. And then Cease pitched an inning yesterday, and Hoyer pitched an inning yesterday, and we see Hoyer back out again today. And Hoyer threw, let's see, through 1 inning. I don't know if I can find a pitch count. So Dunning and Crochet, who we hadn't seen yet in this series, hadn't pitched before today, and neither of them were able to go very deep for the White Sox. But Hoyer looks pretty good here, gets the strikeout to end the inning with the bases loaded, and the White Sox stay up 3-0 after the 3rd inning. So this is another game that, with all the pitching changes so far, is running pretty slowly, and we've seen several very long games so far in this wild card series already.
Yeah. 3 o'clock start. It's been an hour and a half through 3 innings.
Yeah. So hopefully we start picking up the pace here a little bit. If you were tuned in Tuesday, Diego Franco Carreno and I covered a almost 4-hour Twins-Astros game that was only 9 innings. And we were thinking yesterday about either broadcasting Braves-Reds or Indians and Yankees. The Braves-Reds game went 13 innings, and the Indians-Yankees game is the longest 9-inning game in the history of baseball.
Yeah. And it had an hour rain delay in the middle. Yep.
So if you're in the mood for a long baseball game, be sure to tune in when we start broadcasting.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're here for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes things interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Jace Fry is another notable guy that will be available out of this bullpen for the White Sox. Yeah, Dallas Keuchel. So just guys that we haven't seen in this game yet. The White Sox have 13 pitchers on their 28-man roster. And the guys that have not yet come into this game, Dylan Cease, Alex Colomé, Jimmy Cordero, Matt Foster, Lucas Giolito, Evan Marshall are the righties. And then left-handed pitchers, they have Jace Fry, Dallas Keuchel, and Carlos Rodon. And yeah, so like we said, Cordero went 2 2/3 yesterday, and he's been a pretty solid relief option from them. Colomé closed game 1, which means he's absolutely available. Giolito is hypothetically available. We saw him not in uniform earlier, but it's certainly possible that he still throws on the jersey and jumps in the game. So we'll wait and see on that
for the A's.
But yeah, so the White Sox are now on their 4th pitcher, and the A's on their 3rd. Here in the top of the 4th inning.
And the first year to be able to retire Tim Anderson for the A's today.
See, look at Simeon coming up through that ball. Momentum going towards first base. That's a good play right there.
Model play from your shortstop right there. Yeah, Simeon, a pretty solid defensive shortstop. Defense definitely contributed to his value last season.
Absolutely, yeah.
And him and Matt Chapman were probably a top 2 shortstop third base combination in baseball.
Probably Nolan and Trevor, if I had to guess, would be yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Arenado and Story are a great defensive combination over there, and then Chapman and Simeon here for the A's. And obviously that's made just as much by Chapman and Arenado being the 2 best defensive third basemen in baseball.
Of this era, really.
Yeah. But you can't discount the importance of Trevor Story, who's a fantastic defensive shortstop, and of Semien here for the A's. But 2 quick outs for Frankie Montas, which certainly feels good for the A's after they haven't really gotten many quick outs all game so far.
Yeah, for sure.
And here is Jose Abreu, who had a surprisingly resurgent year. He was really solid for many years. I believe he debuted in 2014. And 2014 through 2017, he was consistent. He was solid. Not an excellent first base defender, but a very good offensive producer. Mm-hmm. And in a lot of those years, the White Sox were never really contending to make it matter all that much. And then 2018, 2019, Abreu started to drop off as he got into his 30s. He's, I believe, 33 years old, I want to say. Not positive about that.
So he must have debuted really late.
He's 33. He debuted 6 years ago, so he debuted at 26 or 27. Yeah. But his rookie season was phenomenal. I mean,
oh yeah, he was absurd.
Which is easy to forget, but his rookie year, he won Rookie of the Year. He put up a weighted runs created plus of 167, so he was 67% better than a league average hitter, and worth over 5 wins above replacement with rather poor defense.
Yeah, I was about to say that all of that was coming from the bat. Yeah. So yeah.
And since then he hasn't matched that season since then in his career. And in the last 2 years, 2018, 2019, he dipped down to about a 115 weighted runs created plus guy, so really like 15% better than league average. Mm-hmm. And it looked like he was on the way out. I mean, not necessarily that he wouldn't last in Chicago, but that he just wouldn't quite ever be that same production again.
For sure.
And this season finished the year with an even 60 RBIs in 60 games, which is pretty insane to drive.
I think that led the league.
Yeah, led the league with 60 RBIs. You know, a little bit of batted ball luck, but that's going to come when you hit the ball as hard as he does. And he was worth 2.6 wins above replacement this year, which is better than either of his last 2 full seasons.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, and you know, maybe he was energized by the young lineup, or you know, the White Sox just being a good team again. But the bottom line of it is, even at 33, he'll be 34 starting next season. He looks like a lot more important piece to the White Sox now.
For sure, definitely.
Having the protection in the lineup around him probably helped a bit too.
Yeah. But you know, you talk about they brought in Encarnacion probably because they wanted to make sure they had a solid option at first base. Number one. And Abreu proved to be that a lot more than Encarnacion did. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And you know, he's definitely also important too, because as a guy that's been, you know, he's one of very few that's been on the White Sox roster for more than a couple of years, and that makes him also a guy that fans can rally around.
I gotta say, Montas' stuff looked really good that inning.
Yes. Best inning by ace pitcher yet. By quite a bit.
By any pitcher yet.
Yeah, that's true. Sure. That's true.
So I mentioned Reynaldo Lopez earlier. He is not actually on the roster, so he won't be available. Which means that, you know, Cease, Colome, Cordero, Giolito, and Keuchel, who are all pretty solid, you know, some of the more dependable pitchers the White Sox have left are understandably also guys that they've already thrown in this series. Obviously, you're going to go to your dependable pitchers in the earlier games, but that means that they have pretty much nobody that is 100% fresh for today, outside of Matt Foster, Evan Marshall, and Carlos Rodon, who are some of their less reliable bullpen options.
And I think that's going to be a theme throughout the postseason and later rounds. Without the days off that we've had in past seasons, you know, you're going to have to go deeper in the bullpen. You can't use the same 3 guys every game out there.
Yeah. So. White Sox, our White Sox writers in our chat are saying Giolito is likely available today. And sounds like Crochet exited the game with forearm tightness, which is very, very bad news for a pitcher.
Yeah.
And so probably, you know, good decision to remove him from the game. Very bad news for the forearm tightness, which is potentially indicative of a torn ulnar collateral ligament, UCL, which would necessitate the ever notorious Tommy John surgery.
I was about to say, forearm tightness that usually is because of problems with the UCL. That's really not good for Crochet. Let's hope that's not what that means.
What you want to hear if you're a White Sox fan or just a baseball fan in general.
Notably, that was most recently the case for Justin Verlander, who was battling some forearm tightness earlier in the season and ultimately needed Tommy John surgery that eliminated him for the rest of the year. So yeah, I mean, Crochet, obviously, he's been very fun, very awesome to watch. Excellent pitcher for the White Sox and will be very important for them next year, hopefully. So yeah, we will all have to hope that he's doing okay and that he doesn't ultimately need Tommy John surgery, which would likely keep him out for all of next season. And as for a White Sox fan, that kind of stings a little bit too, because probably their best pitching prospect or former prospect, Michael Kopech, isn't here right now because he is recovering from Tommy John.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say what the White Sox staff could look like with Kopech throwing heat. But it's a really tough blow if they ultimately lose Crochet. So we all will hope that he's doing okay.
And update on the other injury, Eloy Jimenez, they say left with right foot discomfort, which doesn't sound as bad, but
yeah, sounds like
update on that.
Sounds mostly like an extension of the troubles he's been having over the course of this last week.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're seeing Cody Hoyer back out for the fourth inning now, which if he can get through this inning will be definitely helpful for the White Sox, big time. He walks the leadoff, or not the leadoff man, but
yeah, he got the first guy.
Gets one out and then walks the second batter on 4 pitches. So yeah. I think Hoyer's ability to get through this inning has a pretty big impact on the White Sox ability to effectively pitch the rest of this game. Because obviously they kind of had to rush Aaron Bummer into the game. I don't know that they rushed Hoyer in quite as much, but they weren't necessarily eager to make any of their pitching changes so far.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Laureano up to the plate right now, who is probably one of the more talented position players on this A's roster. We were talking about earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
He's a great defensive center fielder. Not his best offensive season either. And he's a guy that could definitely make a difference in how much of a threat this A's lineup is.
Really looks like Hoyer's overthrowing some of these pitches right now.
And that is a pretty, it's pretty understandable.
And showed a couple cuts of the White Sox bullpen. Looks like a couple of people up and warming.
Yeah.
Like another pitching change soon.
Looked like Carlos Rodon and Matt Foster, I believe. It was him or Evan Marshall, one of the two.
I think it was Foster.
I think it's Foster.
So perhaps another interesting development that we can touch on today. After the Indians were knocked out of the playoffs last night by the Yankees, Francisco Lindor is coming out and making some pretty pointed comments.
Very much so.
Directed towards the Indians.
Really good pitch right there.
if you haven't seen them, he was asked something along the lines of whether he thought the team had the money to give him the extension that he deserves, and yeah, definitely good pitch that Hoyer just made there for his second strikeout. But yeah, Lindor was asked if the team had the money, and he pretty much came outright and said, yes, they absolutely have the money. You know, it's a $1 billion franchise, and there's no reason for that to be how it is. With them not being willing to pay him, and also he was asked if the team should spend more money in general, and a direct quote on there, he laughed and said, I think the team does an outstanding job when it comes to drafting and developing players. I've seen that we've spent money, and I've seen when
okay. I'll give y'all a second.
Yeah, I believe that.
It's a little bit behind.
We'll see what's going on.
Oh, wow, yep.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
Very solid. So, wow. So we've seen two very well-hit home runs.
I mean, everything's hard hit so far this game.
Yes.
Everything, 105 plus.
This one off the bat of catcher Sean Murphy, who, you know, maybe we haven't done justice yet, but he's been very, very important to this A's team.
Yeah.
As a
107 off the bat, and, 424 distance.
Absolutely smokes that ball off Hoyer, and the A's are right back in it, you know?
Yeah, just like that.
Absolutely. I feel like you could really tell that Hoyer, these last few pitches, was not nearly as sharp as he was in this first inning.
Yeah, and he made a good strikeout pitch, but obviously left one out there for Murphy to just turn on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huge hit for the A's there to break through and get runs on the board.
And is that going to be another pitching change, or?
That is a good question. So the White Sox had two guys warming up, and Hoyer is at 25 pitches, which is a fairly formidable count for a reliever to hit.
Looks like.
And we've at least got a mound visit, but.
And there he goes, yeah.
For Hoyer. So Hoyer's done for the day, and the White Sox still have not had a pitcher start an inning and finish same inning. This is their fifth pitcher now in 4 innings.
A lot of pitching changes, adding time to this game.
I didn't see. Are they bringing in Rodon or Foster?
I don't think we know.
Rodon.
Oh, Rodon. Okay.
So Carlos Rodon coming in for the White Sox.
So interesting note that the 5th pitcher in the 4th inning, talking about how many pitchers being used in a game, and only twice has a team used 7 or more pitchers in a winner-take-all game and won.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
So the A's have come back within a run, but the White Sox do still have the lead here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean that pitching situation for the White Sox, we thought as soon as Dunning came out of the game, could be potentially problematic, and I think they're gonna have to have someone really start cruising, get them through at least 2 or 3 innings, one pitcher, for them to really feel like they still have control in this game, even with a lead. I think the White Sox probably feel like their momentum, their control is faltering a little bit.
And the momentum definitely shifting towards the A's side right now, and there's no fans, but still being at home, getting that momentum.
Yeah, so that Murphy home run actually interrupted me. I was reading the quote from Francisco Lindor, but he was asked if the Indians should spend more as a team, and he laughed and said, "I think the team does an outstanding job when it comes to drafting and developing players. I've seen that we've spent money, and I've seen when they've kept their hands in their pockets, and we have lost." So, definitely has been a concern for Indians fans in the past that the team is not spending like they could be to really supplement that core. I mean, they've had some fantastic pitchers, starting pitchers, relievers, all of it. Obviously, they have Jose Ramirez, maybe the presumptive AL MVP this year, and they have Lindor himself, who, excellent defensive shortstop, an above-average switch hitter, and a very valuable player all around. And they made the World Series in 2016. They looked like a solid team in 2018, but they've had real concerns, and those concerns have manifested into only making the World Series once and struggling to even stay atop the AL Central now with the resurgence of the Twins and the White Sox. And it partially speaks to it too that the Indians very likely have. I mean, they have almost a guarantee they have the AL Cy Young in Shane Bieber, and whether it's Bieber or Ramirez, they very likely have the AL MVP as well. And they didn't win their division, and they didn't make it out of the Wild Card Series.
Yeah, other than Ramirez, that offense was pretty bad, almost historically bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, they put up some runs in the wild card series against the Yankees, but not enough.
Right.
Pitching couldn't hold up.
And I mean, that outfield has been a topic of discussion for several years now. Just not good offense out of the outfield. Carlos Santana's a fine player. They haven't really had incredible production out of second base position. But yeah, the outfield more than anything. And they had Yasiel Puig last year, and he went this whole season unsigned.
Yeah.
Which that's an interesting topic of discussion too. Is what the rest of Puig's career will look like.
Yeah, and Puig, I think, signed a contract with the Braves and then had something COVID related that kept him out.
Yes, they agreed on a contract, and I believe they backed out of the contract. So he was not actually formally a Braves employee, if you will, but had agreed to a contract, backed out of it, and I don't know if that made every other team wary of him for the rest of the season. I mean, even the Braves themselves went out and picked up Pablo Sandoval before they signed Puig later in the season.
And walk first batter for Rodon.
Yeah, it's an 8-pitch.
Not looking good.
And 2 hours into this game, we are not out of the fourth inning. Yeah, so now we've got Semien at bat, who we were talking about earlier. Not his premier offensive season, but he's obviously still a threat here, as much as anyone else in the A's lineup. And notably, Sean Murphy hit that home run out of the 9 spot in the lineup, which immediately brings up the top of the order for the A's.
And he goes to 3-0 on this batter.
Yeah. So Rodon, who, potentially suffering a little bit from having quite a bit of time off. This is his first appearance in this series, and he's coming in and immediately having a little bit of trouble with command.
So, other than Crochet, who struck out both batters he faced, all the pitchers have struggled for the White Sox. Not going deep, allowing at least 2 runners on. Here, got a chance at the second one before the first out. As
we got
we get a mound visit.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't in the middle of a count, he would have pulled him right here.
Yeah. Is the mound visit limit still a rule?
I think so. But most of these mound visits have been either injury or changing pitchers, so
they don't count.
Those haven't counted.
Obviously. Yeah, I feel like that's a rule I kind of forgot about, which, maybe means it's fairly effective. I mean, the idea behind implementing a limit on mound visits is keep them down to a reasonable enough number to avoid unnecessary mound visits that prolong the game unnecessarily. And yeah, I mean, if we're not noticing necessarily that teams are notably running out of mound visits or anything like that, then fine rule change, I'd say.
I think I was watching either the Marlins or some team the last week of the season. They were saying they were the first time they'd run out of mound visits all the year or in a couple of years or something like that at that point.
Yeah.
And I think we're about to see something. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So Semien with a shot down the left field line. I believe
Gonna be a close nope.
I believe Listella was going to send the pitch, and he's going to stay at third. So the A's now have second and third with 2 outs. This sounds familiar.
Second hit of the game for Semien, both really hard line shots.
Yeah. So both shortstops are proving pretty important to their team's offenses so far today. And Moncada was pretty close on that one, but
good effort.
It was a shot. It's hard to defend against that.
Man, if I'm Renteria, I'm telling Lucas to go throw a jersey on or something.
Yeah,
because
I don't care if you pitched yesterday. He's your best pitcher. You got to get him out there at this point.
Yeah, I think there's almost no doubt that that Giolito has to be available for the White Sox if they want to win this game. So we're gonna intentionally walk Grandal.
They're gonna pull him without getting it out. Wow.
Really? So that'll be the end of the day for Rodon, excuse me. And
Gonna get our 6th pitcher in 4 innings. Yeah, I think we're setting some records here for number of pitchers used.
The over/under on 12.5 looking
now? Not you. But hammer the over because wow. I mean, that line might have moved by now, honestly, to like 14 or something.
Yeah. Wonder how many pitchers they'd be using if we didn't have that 3-batter rule here. Going out there after every batter, switching up.
It's hard to say you'd face any less. Wait, so that intentional walk counted as Rodon's 3rd batter faced?
Yeah.
Yeah, so interesting strategy. I don't know if this season I've yet seen the intentional walk of batter to get your reliever to 3 batters faced in order to be able to make a pitching change. But man, I mean, I don't know how many pitches they're showing the White Sox lineup card with all the pitching changes. How many pitchers do we have to go through before this starts like it's really looking like it's really favoring the A's?
I think we, yeah, I don't know.
And I mean, we got, excuse me, we got Matt Foster in, who also pitched pretty well this year. Man, excuse me. Foster, another young guy out of that White Sox bullpen. And he actually had a really good year, better than I thought. But he's a rookie as well. Foster surrendered a lot fewer homers than some of his counterparts in the bullpen, and has pretty solid strikeout to walk numbers to yield a 2.88 FIP, excuse me, over 28 and 2/3 innings, which is very solid. And he's a guy that the White Sox stretched out a couple times in the regular season. You know, I keep saying this, but they're probably got in mind that he gets out of this inning and then goes one more.
That's what we thought about each pitcher.
Yeah, that's what we thought every time so far. One of these times, one of them has to actually get rolling right. But, you know, even if Foster gets through this and makes it through the 5th inning, the White Sox still have 4 innings to go, and they've burned 6 of their 13 pitchers, with Keuchel probably being unavailable, with Jimmy Cordero having pitched a lot recently. I mean, after this, they have realistically, they have Jace Fry is their only other lefty, assuming Keuchel is unavailable. They have Dylan Cease, Alex Colome, Giolito, and Marshall. And we've talked a lot. Giolito made a 7-inning start 2 days ago. Colome got the save in that game. He's probably still fully operational for this game. But realistically, you've got 3, maybe 4 pitchers, which to get you through 4 innings, that works. And honestly, at this point, we can already say if the White Sox hold on to this lead and win this game, that's a pretty remarkable team effort from the pitching staff.
Yeah. But bullpen's got to be throwing strikes. Last pitcher walked the first guy. Another intentional walk. And here we got a 3-1 count. Bases loaded. And tie the game up.
A walk to tie the game. So we're tied at 3 now. And neither Rodon nor Foster has gotten an out yet.
Another mound visit. And talking about, you know, trying to string together pitchers to finish a 9-inning game with the score tied now. So there's a real chance it goes into extra innings. What do you do then if you're the White Sox?
Yeah, no. And you ought to be really nervous right now, honestly. If I'm Don Cooper, the White Sox pitching coach, or Ricky Renteria. And, you know, obviously it's not necessarily your problem as a position player, but being out in the field for so long and watching so many pitching changes can't make you feel great as a White Sox position player either.
And just watching them walk people and just saying, come on, let them put the ball in play, at least let us do something.
Yeah.
Instead of just walking around the bases, tying the game up.
Wow, that's a pretty insane graphic they just showed. This is the first winner-take-all game in White Sox postseason history.
Mm-hmm. And the A's have lost, 9 straight of them?
In a row.
Another blow.
So Olsen's up with the bases loaded again.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Twice now they've given bases loaded and 2 outs to Matt Olson. Yeah, and I mean, just this game already going for over 2 hours now. It's got to wear on the players too. I mean, we're in the 4th inning.
Yeah,
we're not
ridiculous.
We're not halfway through this game.
Gonna break the record from last night for longest 9-inning game, if it's a 9-inning game.
Yeah. We'll be here all night, folks.
Oof. It's a tough call, but he hasn't been throwing strikes, so he's not gonna get that call.
So 8 pitches so far from Foster, and 7 of them have been balls. So there he pumps in another strike. So we're looking at a 3-1 count, which still very much favors the hitter here. And
as we see another reliever warming up.
So keep in mind, Foster is already the 3rd pitcher that's been on the mound for the White Sox in this inning.
Wow.
And he walks in the go-ahead run for the A's.
Mm-hmm. It's looking like the Dodgers' first inning from last night with a double and 4 walks to get in 2 runs.
And yeah, I mean, this is just crazy to see from the White Sox. And you know, you're showing Montas on the bench for the A's, and he's been sitting for a good 20 minutes. It'll probably be a half hour between pitches at least for him. Matt Foster thrown 8 balls and 2 strikes out of his 10 pitches thrown, and he still hasn't faced his 3 batters to be able to be even removed from the game.
It's not looking good. Not what you want to see if you're a White Sox fan.
No, definitely not. We received a $3.99 tip from an anonymous donor.
Love to see it.
So thank you very much to whoever that was. We appreciate it greatly. It means a whole lot to us.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but finally, someone puts a ball in play off of Foster, and it's a fly out to end the inning with the bases loaded. So the A's leave them loaded, but they came out with 2 runs, getting only 1 hit in that inning. 2 runs walked in, and they have the lead now.
And some more runners left on base as we add to that total for both teams.
We should get an over under running on runners left on base for this game too. So we go to the 5th inning now. The top of the 5th inning we are approaching. And yeah, maybe we all hope that this game starts moving a little more quickly.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 2 games left tonight. We have Padres and Cardinals, and we have Dodgers and Brewers. And as a consequence of this wild card series structure, both of these games are win or go home for the Brewers, who lost yesterday, and the Padres, who lost yesterday. So, the Padres, there were definitely concerns about their pitching, with Dinelson Lamet and Mike Clevenger both being apparently unavailable. They're both on the taxi squad rather than actually being on the roster, and those concerns manifested into real trouble last night when Chris Paddock was unable to control the Cardinals early, and the Padres could never come back in that game. So, how are we, do we think, and I probably know your answer for Dodgers Brewers, but do we think that either one of those teams is going to be able to come back and force a Game 3?
I don't know. I just don't see that the Padres will. I don't know. Things just don't look good for them right now, if I'm being honest.
Which is,
yeah,
it's pretty incredible, right? To say that the Padres all of a sudden are down and out after one game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, crazy that they were, a top 3 team pretty much all year, and now they might get bounced before the division series.
Yeah. I think the Padres have a good shot tonight. I don't know if they're gonna, win back-to-back, but just their core hitters with Tatis and Machado have been so good all year. I don't think they're gonna go down without a fight, at least making it close.
Yeah.
I
would agree.
For the Brewers, I don't really see the same thing. Dodgers are just too good. But
you don't think Brandon Woodruff has a good start in him?
I mean,
I definitely think so. I think we'll see a great start out of Woodruff tonight. But, will he be better than Kershaw? I really don't know.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
That's a good question. I mean, the Brewers have to be one of the unluckiest teams coming into the playoffs, too. Corbin Burns and Devin Williams were number 1, number 2, the most important players on their roster this year. And they are both out. And that just makes it really hard to envision the Brewers even coming out with one win. I mean, Brent Suter had a fine outing yesterday. He recovered fine, I believe, after the Dodgers put some runs on the board early. That Brewers only lost 4-2.
Well, I think he got pulled in the second.
Oh, did he?
Whoever the first reliever came out with a couple good innings.
Okay.
But
that's my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah. So then even the Brewers, they spent a decent few of their valuable bullpen arms. It's hard, especially if Woodruff doesn't give them a good start. That's tough to see the Brewers coming out and winning. Which is interesting too, because that was the NLCS matchup 2 years ago. Dodgers Brewers.
Yeah.
The Dodgers probably the favorite then too, but the Brewers definitely look way more outmatched now than they did in 2018.
It was almost the NLDS matchup last year, not for a misplayed ball in right field by the wild card game.
Yeah. And Grisham now also a notable, important member of that Padres team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Padres game last night, that could have been a lot closer if they had just run the bases better.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Couple rookie mistakes out there by Cronenworth, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was after watching that Reds Braves game, and then watching the Cubs lose. I was spent for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
the rest of the day.
I only saw a couple innings of that game, but I saw Cronenworth make like 2 different base running blunders.
Yeah.
That's hard to swallow in a close playoff game. And I believe actually yesterday Madrigal had a couple of base running errors too. If I remember seeing that and reading that correctly. So yeah, maybe not necessarily the year of rookies be in the playoffs, or at least, evidence that rookies or anyone are not perfect, even these professional baseball players.
Right.
And I'm sure that nerves have to be on high, like big time, for these guys in this format that we've never seen before. But
Here's a base hit.
yeah, so is that I'm not remembering the fourth inning. It's been so long. Is that Montas's first base runner?
I think so.
I believe so. Yeah.
So still, we haven't seen any pitcher yet in this game be super dominant. To the point where he I mean, the last inning, the top of the fourth, might have been the only inning that didn't have a base runner, and I'm not even sure that there wasn't a base runner in that inning.
That Moncada hit had another exit velocity over 100 miles an hour at 102.
Yeah.
So
And
hitters are not missing the ball
not
very much.
And that was a grounder too, and I don't know if launch angle has been a concern for Moncada this year, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if it has been.
Yeah.
Because that's something that can make things difficult for you pretty quickly as a hitter. Oh no, it was mostly his exit velocity dropping a ton.
Okay.
So yeah, nice to see him make some solid contact there. And now we've got Robert up again, who has done most of the damage this game after not having a good month of September whatsoever at the plate. And I believe in the first two games of this series, he also, he was one for 4 yesterday, which was a double, and I believe, oh no, I'm not sure, but 1 for 4 yesterday, and in game 1 of this series, he was 1 for 4 also. So, not bad production from him so far, but he's been very important today, and really his first very good game in quite some time. And but he strikes out there, which we've seen a decent amount from him also this year.
Yeah, chased a pitch a bit outside the zone, and as he grows as a player, I think he'll learn to not be chasing those and make pitchers come to him.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but a big out there for Oakland, obviously. And Mazzara, another guy that, came through big today when he hasn't necessarily been that reliable all year. But yeah, I mean, Montasi's touching 98. I would say his stuff is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Peyton says, with my luck, this game is not ending until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna be honest. I might. I don't know. I don't know, man. If it goes until 9, that means we got an extra inning game. I'm hoping. Um, which obviously means it's a good contest, but man, that'd be quite a game. I will say that much.
Indeed it would.
Yeah.
And with none of the NL wildcard series for sure advancing to a game 3, it's possible that this is the only winner-take-all game we see in this first round, and B, the well, I don't know. I mean, I think that the Indians-Yankees game last night was pretty close and well contested. But this could be the highest stakes game we see.
Yeah.
In this first round.
Oh, and it looks like
and Moncada's something after stealing second, but
Schreiner gonna come out for the third time.
It looked like he was waving off the training staff.
Couldn't tell if he was just waving them off or waving them out.
Yeah.
But not a good sign either way. Something.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some kind of. Was it his right hand or his left hand he was shaking? I couldn't see. It looked like he impacted the bag pretty hard with that left wrist, which he already has kind of a wrist guard type thing on.
Now Montas having some trouble with command.
Yeah.
Fills up the count.
Montas potentially issuing some walks of his own. And you just don't want to give this White Sox lineup any more opportunities than you need to. And the A's obviously have not controlled that terribly well so far. And they're still in the lead, but they'd love to be pitching this game better, I'm sure. Especially when pitching has been such an important part of their success this season.
Don't speak too soon there.
And Mazzara gets a hit, knocks in Moncada.
So the A's cannot get their shutdown inning they were looking for from Montas. And back to a tie game.
Indeed. Once again, the threat of extra innings is real. I don't know if we can really see that in the 5th inning, but...
Another 102-mile ground ball for base hit this inning. So the 2 hits
that
in this
inning. 102?
Yeah.
Really?
The 2 hits have had an expected batting average of 180 and 250 this inning, and it's produced a run. So, a little lucky for the White Sox.
Yeah, I mean that last hit is certainly, it's certainly fair to hope that your second baseman makes that play.
Yeah.
So we've got Adam Engel up, who I believe has struck out twice today. Or, he's 0 for 2 regardless.
He 2 strikeouts and...
One out to shallow center.
Ooh.
Wow. And LaStella.
What a play.
It was a really cool play. That was I thought it was going to drop.
Yeah, I thought he was going to drop it for sure. I'm very surprised that Laureano didn't call for that ball.
Yeah, that's 100% the center fielder's ball right there.
times, but got it at the end.
Good focus.
I don't really see why Laureano. I guess he was playing deep or something, but
on Adam Engel, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Not as much baseball today as we've thought, but White Sox and A's are certainly A, making sure they fill up the day, and B, keeping things interesting.
Next game is the Cardinals-Padres game. Starts at 7. So 7 Eastern time, that is.
So it's looking like this game will not be over before the game starts.
At this rate, this game might not be over before the late game.
Yeah. Yeah, so the A's, as we've covered plenty, the A's probably have more pitching available for the remainder of this game, but especially if Giolito is available for the White Sox, they certainly have the pitching to get it done.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see if they do use Giolito, how long they let him out there, if it's only, 10, 20 pitches, or if they let him throw 4 innings.
Yeah. Well, like we were saying, I mean, if they take this game, they can start Giolito on normal rest for Game 2 of the ALDS.
Right.
Which, even after a slightly rough start yesterday, they probably have faith in Keuchel to take the ball for a Game 1. He's an experienced guy. He's been through the playoffs before, and they still have faith in him even with one rough outing. Yeah. So we've got Evan Marshall now, who was he the one that closed the last inning?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did they bring him in?
No.
Maybe not, actually.
That was his first pitch of the game. So we are in the 5th inning with the White Sox 7th pitcher of the game. Of the game today. Which is pretty brutal. Not what you want to see in an elimination game, for sure.
Yeah. So stat from before was teams using 7 or more pitchers in an elimination game, in a winner-take-all game, are 2-13. So, not great. But, still in this game, and there's time left.
Yeah. Obviously, things could be looking a lot worse for the White Sox. But after Marshall, we're looking at Dylan Cease, Alex Colomé, Jimmy Cordero, Lucas Giolito, and Jace Fry. So really, there's 5 options for the White Sox. And again, Cordero threw almost 3 innings yesterday, which is all large volume for a reliever. And Giolito, 100 pitch start 2 days ago. And Cease also pitched yesterday. So really still running thin. I don't know. Are you guys surprised that the White Sox didn't bring back? Who did they have pitching last inning? Matt Foster. You surprised they didn't bring him back out?
A little bit, yeah. Just because their resources already seem spread pretty thin right now. So if you could have gotten a little bit more out of him, that would have helped a lot.
Yeah, and to get the third out last inning, they used 2 different pitchers, and I think they needed to keep Foster and just get some length out of him. Yeah. But it's more important to get the outs without giving up runs than who gets them. So if this is the guy you think can do it, you gotta go to this guy.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. You can't. You almost have to consider where you're at now, independent of what's already happened, and so you can't necessarily say that you need to be cautious with your bullpen now just because it's a close game. Like I think it's still the right move to employ your pitchers as aggressively as you feel is necessary to win this game at all costs. And if I'm the White Sox, I'm confident that my offense will still be able to put more runs on the board in 4 more innings of offensive work. Enough, if this game goes to extra innings, the White Sox have a problem. Yeah. But I also think they're not there yet. It's still the 5th inning.
Another guy having trouble throwing strikes for the White Sox.
Yeah, comes out and gets 1 out and then gets straight to a 3-0 count on Laureano here. And it's I think there's a lot of interesting peculiarities maybe that are exposed by this current playoff format. We've got 3 teams in here from the AL Central, which already is pretty unique. And you could probably argue that the White Sox were. I mean, I think it's a very fair argument that the White Sox were not the best team in the AL Central this year. And potentially of the 3 AL Central teams that made the postseason, the White Sox were the 3rd best. Which is not necessarily a shot to the White Sox. I mean,
I would agree with that because the Twins were really good, and the Indians were
very good Twins
also a really good team.
Very good.
And yet both of them got swept in their 3-game series.
And they're bounced already. So. And the White Sox, who are the 7th seed, lowest seed in the division, mostly thanks to a late season kind of skid, really, in the last week.
Yeah.
But yeah, now the White Sox have a chance to bounce the number 2 seed, A's. And, I think these teams match up fairly well. White Sox are better on offense and the A's are better on pitching. But the A's are the number 2 seed. And the Angels hit a skid earlier in the season. And the Rangers lost a lot of their starting pitching depth that people thought might make them good, and they also had struggled a lot on offense. The Mariners were good, but not quite playoffs good, and the Astros really struggled. So the A's never really had that much of a challenge in taking the division title. All they had to do was be consistent and play to their floor, really, as a team.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's interesting that we've got the 2 seed matching up with the 7 seed here, and you could argue that they're fairly equal teams.
And even going into that last day, I think the White Sox could have been the 2 or 3 seed, yep. And it's a tough break for the A's to have to play a team like that. But that's what MLB wanted with their playoff format, I guess.
Yeah, and I think guaranteeing the division winners, the top 3 seeds, makes total sense. But
yeah,
you could certainly, you know, I wouldn't disagree with, instead of making the 3 seeds after that, the 4, 5, 6 seeds, instead of guaranteeing those to the second place team in each division, instead doing it by record.
yeah.
I
Or
think the White Sox would have been
letting the teams pick.
Yeah. And I think that would have made the White Sox the 5 seed, if I'm not mistaken. I can confirm that. But I'm pretty sure that would have made the White Sox the 5 seed, which makes a huge difference. I mean, then you've got the White Sox playing the Indians directly.
Yeah.
Round 1. And yeah, I mean, the White Sox had a much better record than the 6 seed Astros. The Astros got a higher seed simply because they were second in their division. Ooh, and a good take there prolongs the inning again.
Oh, that replay though, I don't know.
It's a generous check swing call.
Okay.
That replay, this is about as close as you'll ever get on a check swing.
Oh yeah. That.
Oh man.
I think he went.
He's right on the line between going and not going. If he didn't go, that's as close as you can get. So the White Sox, they had the 4th best record in the American League, tied with the Indians, and the Indians, I believe, had a better record in the division, which broke that tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, the White Sox would have been the 5 seed, assuming that the playoff teams were seeded based on record and not divisional standings like they are. But yeah, so again,
are you calling catcher's interference?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So again,
another base runner.
Yeah, and Sean Murphy at the bottom of that lineup prolongs the inning, brings up the top of the order once again for the A's. And as you can say that roster construction doesn't necessarily make too much of a difference, which is likely true. At least in terms of comparing like reasonable rosters that a manager would put together. And you probably shouldn't have your best hitter hitting 9th in the lineup. And I don't know that Murphy is necessarily the A's best hitter, but it's definitely there's merit in questioning why Murphy hits 9th today, right?
Yes, definitely.
He's had a good game.
But somehow, just by sheer luck, situationally, it's come up big for the A's twice now.
So White Sox have now had 7 walks and a catcher's interference to go along with 6 hits given up.
That's a lot of free base runners.
Whip didn't like that.
And while the A's have given up 10 hits, they've only given up 1 walk. So they've been able to strand some base runners, keep the game tied.
Yeah, and they're showing right now the White Sox have 4 pitchers that are available, pretty much.
Plus Giolito, probably.
Yep. Yeah, so Semien steps into the box, big 2-2 count. And the count's loaded again. I mean, Pretty much every White Sox pitcher has been worked up in the pitch count.
Yeah.
Most of them have gotten to at least 20 pitches.
Put them on.
And the runners will be able to move here with the full count, 2 outs. So anything scores 1 into a gap definitely scores 2. And he missed.
That's a walk for ball 4. So again, the A's have loaded the bases and 2 outs. Twice for Matt Olson, and now a 3rd time. And that might be the end of the inning, the end of the day for Evan Marshall now. So the White Sox are going to burn. It's looking like they might burn another bullpen option. I don't know though, because this is Don Cooper, the pitching coach, and not Renteria, the manager. So it's possible that we're going out for more of a here's our game plan here, normal mound visit rather than a pitching change.
At some point, manager's gonna go to the bullpen phone, pick it up, and bullpen manager is gonna say, "There's no one left. Like, what do you want?"
Maybe Gerard Dyson pitching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no pitching change here, which makes sense. I mean, I think more than ever now, the White Sox have to be conscious of how many pitchers they have left and make sure they have enough to finish the game. But we've got the bases loaded for Chad Pinder. Bases loaded, 2 outs. For the first time, it's someone other than Matt Olson up to the plate.
And right now, the last 3 White Sox pitchers have combined to give up 1 hit, but 6 walks. And, something you can't do coming out of the bullpen, especially when there aren't that many pitchers left. And it's going to hurt them.
That's going to be 1 run, and looks like we'll have a play at the plate.
Ooh.
Safe. 2
Close
runs for the
play.
A's. So the A's go up 6-4, and the inning is not over yet. And that's pretty tough for Evan Marshall. Again, we still have not seen a White Sox pitcher come out to start an inning and complete the same inning.
Yeah. Grandal's tag almost got him there on that slide.
Yep, Grandal was
Close
but
play.
Ultimately the throw being that far off of home plate, just couldn't quite put the tag on it. Mostella's not the fastest, but he certainly can get around the bases well enough to score on that signal from second. So yeah, the White Sox, they were down 4-3. They were able to tie it. Now they're gonna have to fight back from another deficit, and the quantity of that deficit is still uncertain. With the A's still have a runner in scoring position here, and is this Matt Olson up to the plate now? No.
I think Canha.
Mark Canha. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is the heart of the order. I believe Mark Canha's their number 4 hitter. So this inning, Marshall's got him to an 0-2 count, but this inning is by no means over yet. As Canha steps up into the box, and Marshall's at 30 pitches in this inning, so the White Sox have also just thrown an obscene number of pitches in this game. And Canha will fly out to right field. So that'll end the inning. But the A's grab the lead once again as they're winning 6-4. And with 7 hits and 8 walks, they have 15 base runners on the day through 5 innings. So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with you for the top of the 6th. it went away. Okay, so hello.
Is it me?
I'm not sure, but we're back on here for the top of the 6th, and we see JB Wendelken is in the game for the A's, who has loaded the count to Nick Madrigal, and yeah, they showed earlier that Wendelken had a great outing against the White Sox earlier in this series in Game 1, and also pitched pretty well over the course of the regular season. If you've followed our A's writer Callie Sy, she is a big fan of Wendelken, and I mean for good reason. He was a very important part of this this A's bullpen, and actually wasn't always a catcher, or wasn't always a pitcher, or no, sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong guy. I believe I'm thinking of Jordan Weems, who's another reliever for the A's, but yeah, Wendelken hasn't always been the most successful. Actually spent quite a bit of time in the White Sox system. But this year for the A's had a 1.80 ERA, moderately high walk rate, which you're seeing. He's not exactly pounding the zone, but he's also got pretty solid strikeout stuff, and did not allow a home run this year. So had a little bit of luck on his side, but ultimately had some good results, and definitely makes sense to bring him in here with the lead. And he's got Anderson kind of guarding both sides of the zone. So we're in the 6th inning here, and this is Anderson's 4th plate appearance. So we're starting the 4th time through the order for the White Sox.
And as we get down the stretch here, with the A's having the lead, could set up their A bullpen trying to get to Hendricks, maybe a couple innings from him.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll see how they manage their bullpen.
And Joakim Soria, didn't have a fantastic outing against the White Sox, but you have to assume that he'll pitch in this game too, with Hendricks obviously being the kind of primary option. And Jake Diekman, we're also likely to see today.
Yeah.
So Wendelken, 2 balls in play and 2 field outs for a fairly quick start to this top of the 6th.
And Wendelken, he's pitched 25 innings in 21 games this year. So he has gone multiple innings a couple times. See how they use him here.
Yeah.
But, they've got the options they haven't used their entire bullpen like the White Sox have. So definitely an advantage for them.
Yeah, and I mean, like we've said, they've got, we just listed Soria, Diekman, and Liam Hendricks. Could easily go 7, 8, 9 and finish this game out. And, especially with 2 quick outs here in the 6th, that's also a little unsettling for the White Sox. Being down 2 runs, and the A's have 3 good relievers who they could send out for an inning each and potentially have the game won at this point. I mean,
yeah,
it was definitely going to be big for the White Sox to get to the A's bullpen with a lead. And unfortunately for them, they now are into the A's bullpen, and they're down 2 runs. So they will have to hope that not only can their limited pitching hold the A's to only a 2-run lead, but that they can get to one of these 3 or 4 guys that have been very good for the A's this year. Yeah, Diego says JB kind of the GOAT.
And pop-up. Looks like a 1-2-3 inning for him.
So a quick 15 pitch. Yep, 15 pitch inning for Wendelken. And
good shutdown inning after taking the lead.
White Sox have 3 innings left to try and make something happen offensively. Yeah, so that probably the fastest half inning we've seen all day.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know about you guys, I think that's a little refreshing.
Yeah. It's gonna help the pace of play a little bit. We're now at 3 hours having 5.5 innings down. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, no, this is as slow as pretty much any game has been so far in this postseason. And yeah, I mean it is a little bit tiring as a fan, I'd say.
Yeah. And I mean, this is a noon startup on the West Coast, so those players, the position players that aren't being taken in and out of the game, and they've been just standing out in the sun for 3 hours.
Yeah.
At some point, it's gonna wear down.
No, and you know they did just have an off day a couple days ago, which is a luxury in 2020. But no, you're definitely right that fatigue. You know the guys in the bullpen have probably been, you know, as laid back as you can be in a winner take all game. But fatigue is going to be a factor probably for these position players who are now, you know, still have 2.5 innings. There's 3.5 innings left of baseball to play. If the A's can hold on to this lead, it will only be 3 innings, but we've seen several lead changes here to the point where that's definitely not certain. Mm-hmm. But retiring Anderson and Grandal was definitely a good inning there for the A's and for Wendelken. And at 15 pitches, it's not a quick enough inning where you could say for sure we'll run him out again. But I could see it.
They definitely have the opportunity to at least start him for the inning, whether or not he goes the full 3 outs.
Yeah, so the White Sox have thrown 127 pitches today. They are showing on the broadcast right now, and that's through 5 innings. So they are averaging over 25 pitches per inning, which is not an ideal pace.
And they've had no pitcher. They've had one pitcher pitch more than 1 inning so far.
Yep.
That was Hoyer.
Yeah, and Hoyer went 1 1/3, right?
Yeah, gave up 2 runs. So.
And now we're seeing Marshall, who might be just the second White Sox pitcher to do that. If he gets 1 out in this inning, then he's at 1 1/3 innings pitched also.
Yeah.
But yeah, not at all an ideal outcome so far. Carlos Rodon with the difficult to attain infinite ERA in this series.
Mm-hmm. And a note on one of the runs from last inning with the catcher's interference, I think that's an unearned run. So only one of the 2 runs was earned for Marshall in that.
Yeah, because that goes as an error on the catcher, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah, so good point there, Matthew. You are correct. So Marshall only has 1 earned run currently.
Not that it matters for who wins the game, but, you know,
yeah.
Let's point that out.
And he picks up a big strikeout on, how about Matt?
I think that was
Matt
Olsen.
Yeah, how about Matt Olsen?
Yeah.
I did not remember his name. And yeah, I mean Marshall's at 35 pitches, so you've got to assume that as a reliever, this is his last inning, no matter what. And getting that strikeout to start the inning is certainly a good feeling.
The White Sox pitchers have had trouble with first batters of innings and letting them get on base. And as I say that, second batter's inning gets on.
Chris Davis takes the first pitch and hits it off the top of the wall for a hard hit single.
Very long single.
Yeah. If you've got someone faster running, you might get a double. You probably would expect to get a double off of that, but the way it came off of the wall ended up being so that I don't know who's
Whoever's
out in
playing left field
Engel probably
played that carom well.
Engel played it well off the wall and got a nice throw in. Davis only in the 19th percentile for sprint speed in MLB, so
that's it. 106 mile an hour, 346 foot single.
One of the hardest hit singles you might ever see. at least one that's not spiked into the ground.
Right.
So yeah, now the A's have another runner on base, and yeah, we'll see if they can get anything out of this inning. Marshall has gotten he struck out Olsen, and he's got Robbie Grossman to an 0-2 count here, so he is pounding the strike zone a little bit more in this inning. Maybe Renteria said one walk and you're done. Tired of seeing the free passes. He was close on that one, but no strike three.
Ooh, just grazed the top on the 3DK zone. So that Chris Davis single, 106 miles an hour, 21-degree launch angle. It's a home run 51% of the time and a single 5% of the time. So
yeah. But a base runner is a base runner.
Yeah. And A's would love to add on to that lead with their strong bullpen coming up.
Especially when you still know, what the White Sox lineup is capable of.
Right.
But Robbie Grossman puts one high in the air that ultimately is a harmless fly out, and there's 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th inning here. And it looks like Lou Trevino is warming for the A's, so we may not see any of Soria, Diekman, and Hendricks yet. And that certainly seems like Trevino will get the ball to start the 7th. So, we've spent plenty of time talking about the pitching in this game, and probably all 3 of the remaining games in the NL Wildcard Series, we've yet to see the best pitching matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, the Dodgers and Brewers was Brent Suter and Walker Buehler, and obviously Buehler's a fantastic pitcher, but Brandon Woodruff is probably a better starter running out for the Brewers today, and obviously Clayton Kershaw speaks for himself.
Right.
You want to talk about Cubs Marlins? I mean, Kyle Hendricks and Sandy Alcantara, both pitchers that don't necessarily blow you away with their stuff. They kind of just get results more quietly, I'd say. And So the real big time pitching matchup there is going to be Yu Darvish and Sixto Sanchez, which was supposed to run today. Instead, will likely happen tomorrow.
You have to assume that both teams will keep those pitchers, considering those are their aces.
Yeah, it's as a Cubs fan, if they run out anyone other than Darvish, I will be not happy about it. Yeah, and then the Padres, they ran out Chris Paddock yesterday, who has not been the same pitcher we saw him as in 2019. And today it looks like they'll be starting Zach Davies, and the Cardinals. Who did they start yesterday? Was it KK Kim?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's a solid pitcher for the Cardinals. And today I believe it'll be Adam Wainwright.
Yep.
So it's entirely possible that the best pitching matchup in that series would be in a hypothetical Game 3, with the Cardinals running out Jack Flaherty, and I don't know who the Padres would start in that game.
They've been having some injuries with starting pitchers, so it'd be tough.
Mike Clevenger and Nelson Lamet are probably their 1-2 pitchers, and they're both not guarantees. But it could potentially be one of those guys, or what's his name? Gore? Mackenzie Gore, who is one of the best pitching prospects in baseball. The Padres have several options for that game. But yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, most of the really good pitching matchups, we saw Cole and Bieber in Game 1 of that series. We saw Fried and Bauer in Game 1 of Braves and Reds. But many of the other series have seen the best pitching matchups come. I mean, Maeda Greinke and Astros Twins too. But many of the other series have seen the best pitching matchups come later, which is kind of interesting.
So I think for the divisional series, when you have these couple days off after each of the wildcard series ends, teams will have a chance to line up their rotations, and you might get these aces in Game 1 more often.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because I don't know that it's necessarily so much an issue of rest in every case, at least.
That's true.
I don't know. I mean, I can speak most to the Cubs, and I understand the notion that Hendricks is a more consistent starter than Darvish, maybe. But I think you have a higher probability of just a dominant good start from Darvish, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's interesting. And now, instead of Darvish being able to go out and have a great start to put you up 1-0 in the series, and just feel comfortable knowing that he can absolutely blow through that Marlins lineup, he's got his back against the wall a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know? I kind of like the idea that you've got Hendricks, who you know will give you a reliable and good start regardless, in a Game 2 where you either can clinch the series or need that good start to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, clearly some teams are bucking the trend a little bit of you always throw your best starter in Game 1. And I'd be interested to know more about whether there's an advantage to approaching it one way or another strategically.
Yeah. And you have teams like for this year, the Dodgers, where you have Buehler or a proven record of Kershaw, and do you want to go with the veteran or the young guy? Who you want to go first and second? I'm not sure if there are any other teams like that, but both are really good. You just have to decide what order you want to put them in.
Exactly. Yeah, and the A's did it a little bit too in this series. Chris Bassett was probably their best starter this year, and they decided to go with Jesus Luzardo in Game 1.
Right.
Yeah, the White Sox dugout certainly looking a lot quieter, more somber than in Game 1, and then earlier in this game too.
Yeah.
We see lefty reliever Jake Diekman up in the bullpen for the White Sox.
And this is the part of the game where when you're facing elimination and you start looking at the scoreboard and seeing those outs go down and down, and
oh wow,
you don't want to count the outs, but sometimes.
Yeah, so I misspoke there. Jake Diekman is up for the A's, but Jose Abreu legs out a huge infield hit. Semien.
No, he didn't. Oh, he dropped it. Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
Would have had him if he got it.
Semien, made the throw on time, but was shuffling and not quite set, and just didn't quite get a throw that Matt Olson could handle over at first, and that will put the leadoff runner on for the White Sox.
Yeah, and just like that, tying runs at the plate.
Yep.
And we got James McCann up to bat, who is certainly dangerous up at the plate. He was in more of a part-time role this season, and he was a pretty clear-cut all-star last year, but he faltered after the all-star break, more so than before. So yeah, you could easily see him being an important part of this game.
896 OPS in the regular season, which isn't bad for, backup catcher. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. If they can put him in at catcher without losing their DH for the game, right?
I think once you're the DH, if you go into the game, you lose your DH.
Okay. So that's potentially consequential for the White Sox as well. That McCann is their backup catcher option, which means that as the DH, Grandal is likely at catcher for the entirety of this game.
And I think they have one more catcher on their roster, but not at the caliber offensively of either of these two.
Zach Collins is a catcher, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's on the roster. Yeah. Lefty catcher.
So they do have Zach Collins if necessary. But he hasn't gotten a whole lot of looks this year, and in 18 plate appearances, had an on-base percentage of 167 and slugged 125.
Ooh.
That ball hit McCann on the forearm. Yeah, he was feeling that one for sure. And he checked his swing, so that is a hit by pitch. If he had gone through with his swing, it would have been a strike, even if the ball hit him. So suddenly Trevino has put the first two runners on, and like we were saying, this ever-dangerous White Sox offense is threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tying run on and go ahead at the plate. Still a lot of baseball left, though.
Yeah. So that will bring up Yoan Moncada for the White Sox. who, like we said, his exit velocities were down a lot this year. But, certainly a dangerous hitter. Today got his only hit of the series so far, which is not ideal. And this one he pops up and pops out to the right fielder, Mark Canna. So that'll be first and second with one out now. So that brings up Luis Robert, who, like we just saw, smoked a ball earlier in this game and is certainly always a dangerous presence at the plate. One thing that's not certain with Robert yet is whether he will really be able to work the count, especially if Trevino is throwing at least relatively near the strike zone.
Yeah. Swung at what probably would have been a strike right there, but it was definitely borderline. So.
But yeah, and Robert has come through with 2 RBI hits today, and they'd love to see another one out of him here. That would certainly bring the White Sox back into this game, even if it played at only 1 run.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is a pretty big plate appearance, and with a 1-2 count, it looks like it won't be a walk. The count's 2-2 now, and this is a pretty big out for Trevino. This is his 4th batter faced, so he can come out of the game at any time. And with Diekman already warming earlier, as we saw, this might be his last batter if Robert is able to do some damage here.
Who's on deck for the White Sox? Mazara.
Yeah, Nomar Mazara. Which would also, Diekman being a lefty, would be a lefty-on-lefty matchup.
Yeah, so that would make sense that this is his last batter no matter what.
And yeah, like we said, even after Trevino, who's in the game now, the A's have Diekman, they have Joaquim Soria, and they have Liam Hendricks, all still available. And 2 outs from now, they'll only have to cover 2 more innings to get out of this game. So Matt Olson shows off some nice range and makes a great play out in foul territory. It's an interesting sac fly we saw there. That's probably a harmless foul ball in most stadiums, but that is, Jose Abreu, good awareness there to grab the extra base and still keep the White Sox threatening to grab at least 1 run in this inning. With Olson ending up really far from third base to cover a lot of ground to get that out.
And Abreu was safe there, but I'm not sure about that decision to go because you can't make the 3rd out at 3rd, and the difference between 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs isn't that big.
That's fair.
So,
that is a
I mean, he was safe, so.
Good point. Yeah, so Trevino, it looks like we've at least got a mound visit here with Mazara coming up to the plate. I would not be surprised if they do bring in Diekman. So we'll have to see what goes down here, but certainly been an up and down game so far. The White Sox looking like they might keep it interesting here. So,
Definitely, yeah.
Looks like we've got a pitching change. So, Matthew had to go ahead and leave. He had a prior engagement at 6:30. So we're gonna take a break real quick and switch things around, and then it'll be me and J. Roy for the remainder of the broadcast. So stick around. We'll be live again in just a moment to bring you guys the end of this game, and we will see you then.
Okay, yeah. I just see myself on the.
Yeah, I'm configuring it here a little bit. So we're in the 7th inning, right? And it is 4-6. Is the game back on yet?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I just have to get the scoreboard changed.
Okay.
All right, and we are back. So the A's did make a pitching change to Jake Diekman, who now faces the lefty Nomar Mazara for the lefty-on-lefty matchup. And yeah, he's worked him to a 2-2 count here. So we've mentioned the 3-batter minimum rule. If Diekman ends the inning here without having faced 3 batters, that does not necessarily apply. So the A's can bring out a new pitcher to start the 8th inning, which means that it's possible that Diekman is really here to get this out.
Oh.
And with the 3-2 count and 2 outs, the batters will be running. Or the runner on first anyway will be running, but Diekman does not get the out. He walks Mazara. So now we're in an interesting situation. I mean, really, you probably brought Diekman in, like I was saying, to be able to get Mazara out. And yeah, he is unable to do that. So now he doesn't have the lefty on lefty advantage anymore. And he's going to have to get Adam Engel.
Definitely not what the A's wanted here.
No, not at all. And yeah, that means the White Sox are definitely threatening with 2 outs. And again, for like the 5th time in today's game, we have bases loaded with 2 outs. But Diekman is able to induce a ground out to end the inning without allowing a run. So the White Sox are down to just 2 innings left to try and put some runs on the board and either extend this game or grab a lead and keep their season alive. It sounds like we are not, our video is not coming through.
Yeah, I think
so
hit a little bit of a technical snag.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. Oh, okay. It sounds like we just had a little bit of lag, but it's working now. So yeah, if you are not seeing us and our videos and the scoreboard on your screen right now, go ahead and pop in the chat and let us know. But we believe we have everything running fine, so we are going to go ahead and keep pressing on. So assuming the A's hold this lead, we've got 2 innings left in this game. We're already 3.5 hours deep.
In the thick of it.
Yeah, these are the long games happen, especially in the postseason. A game like this in the regular season, especially when it's down the stretch and neither team is necessarily fighting for a playoff spot, you probably wouldn't see so many pitching changes that prolong things like we've seen now. But this is do or die, which means at every possible moment, where we see these teams trying to optimize their pitching matchups and keep themselves in the game. So I believe so the White Sox have used 7 pitchers and the A's have used 5. Right? They used Fires, and then they had another one between Fires and Montas.
It's been.
And then after Montas Petit. I used Myra Petit, and then Montas, and then Trevino, and then Diekman. And now the White Sox bring in their 8th pitcher of the game, which is Jimmy Cordero, and the A's have used 5. So if you took the over on our 12.5 over-under for pitchers in this game, you were correct. You can come forward and claim your prize.
Nice play there by TA.
I'll see that in a second.
Nothing fancy, but
Yep. Nice job at charging the ball, making an accurate throw. And yeah, that was Sean Murphy that hit that. So that would have been another instance if he reached safely. Would have been another instance of Sean Murphy giving the A's momentum coming to the top of the order. It appears that with Joakim Soria is now warming up for the A's, And as a result, it appears that 1 out was all we will see of Jake Diekman today. And it's presumed that now the rest of the game for the A's will be an inning from Soria and then an inning from Liam Hendriks.
Hendriks probably, yeah. So definitely an uphill battle for the White Sox.
Yeah, for sure. And they, as good as those two guys have been for the A's this year, that certainly doesn't guarantee them a win.
No, not at all.
The White Sox.
Anything can happen at this point still.
And the White Sox cracked Soria just a couple of days ago. Let me check in really quickly. I believe it was on Tuesday in Game 1. Soria pitched an inning and allowed an earned run on Tuesday. So he's certainly not invincible. They got a couple of hard hit balls off of him then also. The 2-run cushion is nice. He could go out and allow another run, and they still have the lead, albeit not as comfortable.
Okay. Stella airs that one out to left field.
Oh yeah, but interesting positioning from Engel, I would say.
Yeah, it was,
to be able to get over and make that. I think most guys will be shifted a little bit more towards center field to start the play, and so they won't quite be able to get over and make that catch. But Engel was positioned correctly to be able to go get that.
Now Simeon, who's hit a couple balls really well today.
Yeah. And with 2 outs in the 7th, it looks like Cordero is well on his way to one of the only quiet innings for the White Sox today.
Mm-hmm.
Soria, like I said, he allowed 1 run in 1 inning his last time out. He did not pitch yesterday in the A's win, which means that he is totally fresh today. But Liam Hendriks did. He pitched an inning and 2 thirds last night. So he will be pitching on consecutive days, and that's after a fairly long outing yesterday in which he did allow 4 hits, 2 earned runs.
Yeah.
But Simeon, nice throw from Moncada.
Third.
Retires the A's in the bottom of the 7th.
You got to think Cordero might go back out there for the next inning.
It's certainly possible, yeah. And that's pretty nice for the White Sox. I mean, Cordero, obviously, he handled a lot of volume this season. Did pitch a lot yesterday, but looked pretty comfortable, like he was cruising there. Nothing was hit too well. You could argue that ball from LaStella that went out to left could have ended up a hit.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Cordero came out under 10 pitches, and that's definitely promising for the White Sox.
For sure.
And I wonder. Colomé hasn't pitched in 2 days, and he's their presumptive closer. I think it's certainly fair to expect also that they go to Colomé, because you want to just absolutely guarantee to the best of your ability that the A's don't add any more runs.
Yeah, no, that could definitely happen also.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, Evan Marshall and now Alex Colomé have definitely made the White Sox a little bit more comfortable about their pitching situation than they were a couple innings ago.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since Soria, like you said, got roughed up a little bit the other night by the White Sox.
Yeah, the White Sox have grabbed runs off of both Soria and Liam Hendricks in this series. And that has a considerable impact on on who the A's have available today. I think that makes it a little bit interesting that they didn't want to stretch Diekman out any more than they did. But it seems that Diekman is filling that lefty one-out guy role, at least to the greatest extent possible with the 3-batter minimum rule. So yeah, we are headed into the top of the 8th, and the White Sox only have 2 more innings to try and put a run on the board. And they actually need 2 runs too. And they've had no shortage of offense. I mean, 10 hits is a strong showing.
Yeah, for sure.
But unfortunately, that's resulted in quite a few runners left on base. Also, they just put up a graphic of Soria's postseason career, and they misspelled career. Madrigal hits one sharply, solid contact on a 92-mile-per-hour pitch there.
We're right there.
But Olsen, the Gold Glover, is able to glove it and get the out. And yeah, we are now running up on the start of the next game of the day, which is the Padres hosting the Cardinals, in what has become a do or die for the Padres, not something a lot of people would have predicted. Perhaps notable, the Cardinals, after having a COVID outbreak, had to cram a lot of their season into the last 2 weeks, and ultimately actually didn't get to playing a full 60 games. They had a doubleheader against the Tigers that was postponed to Monday, but only this if it were necessary to play, to determine either home field advantage in the playoffs or whether they got in the playoffs at all. And so that series could have had a very real impact on the seeding in the National League, but seeding, assuming that it had no impact on home field advantage, was not considered significant enough to necessitate the playing of those 2 games. So it is interesting that the Cardinals and their, how fresh they are, the availability of their roster, could be impacted by the fact that they had to play 2 fewer games.
Yeah, for sure. That definitely could have had a potential effect on things.
I do think that that's a difficult argument when you go back over the 2 weeks that preceded that doubleheader that wasn't played, and the Cardinals had 19 games in 14 days.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean,
they ran the gauntlet, and they definitely deserve props for holding on to their postseason spot through that. But it's a valid argument that they deserved to have to play their full schedule. And you may have seen guys like Trevor Bauer arguing that it's not fair that the Reds, through a 60-game schedule, I believe matched the Cardinals in winning percentage and ended up with a lower seed. Or
yeah.
I think they had a lower winning percentage, but they had the potential to finish ahead of the Cardinals if
they had played out their last 2 games. Right. Yeah.
And it's certainly a fair argument. If I were the Reds, I would feel a little bit slighted, perhaps. As the Reds, that could have made the difference between them playing the Braves and the Cubs. And after these last 2 days, it looks like the Reds might have much rather played the Cubs, where the Braves were able to get enough runs to win, and today they ended up putting quite a few runs on at the end of the game, versus a Cubs offense that has looked very, very poor.
Yeah.
For the entire month of September. I mean, if you're the Reds going up against that Cubs offense, you're very confident that you can prevent them from putting any runs on the board. So that's certainly interesting, and I and a lot of people thought that the Cardinals didn't match up very well with the Padres too.
Yeah, I didn't either.
But winning that first game has such a massive impact on the outlook of this series, and suddenly the Cardinals are looking pretty comfortable. They just showed Liam Hendricks in a sweatshirt in the stands.
I thought that was interesting. Yeah.
So it's possible that the A's are not thinking Hendricks after he went almost 2 innings yesterday. I do not know who else the A's have available in their bullpen.
Maybe they get wacky and throw like Manaea out there for the 9th inning or something.
I could definitely see that happening. I mean, Manaea is certainly a pretty legit pitcher that they haven't utilized yet. And capable of a solid inning of relief. I wonder, it's interesting if they throw out a starter like Manaea, do you see him overthrow? Trying.
Yeah, I it's definitely not a move I would make.
Yeah. Trying to get the most out of his stuff and do as much as he can in 1 inning when he's used to going in a normal starter role, and just try and do too much. Tim Anderson, a good steal of second base. Sean.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered, but.
Oh, am I that far behind? Oh, I see. He got walked.
Yeah.
And it looks like Jose Abreu is out of this game. So the White Sox, with runners on first and second and 1 out. Oh, sorry, that's Grandal. Jose Abreu is now up to bat.
Yeah. Abreu's up to bat.
Yeah.
Right
So Yasmani Grandal took a walk and got pinch run for, and now the White Sox, probably seeing this as their opportunity to tie this game up, get back into the game, and rightfully so with one of their most dangerous hitters at the plate, have pinch run for Grandal, and Gerard Dyson is now standing on first base. And honestly, I do think that's the right move. Grandal as the catcher can't quite leg it around the bases, especially like Dyson can.
Definitely not.
And so if Grandal maybe has a chance to score on a double, definitely he's not scoring on a single. But single or double from Abreu here, Dyson is at least on third no matter what. Double he scores.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tie game. I believe that means that the White Sox have to use Zach Collins as their catcher for the remainder of this game, as long as they want to maintain their DH. But yeah, this is a big at bat in the plate appearance, and the White Sox have set themselves up to potentially deal some damage here. And maybe you could argue that a walk to Abreu here isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's not optimal.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to put the go-ahead run on base
Definitely
here.
not. And so you probably
Oh,
you want to see Soria hitting the strike zone a little more here.
mm-hmm.
Gets a free strike there with Abreu taking.
Yeah, I was about to say, or not if Abreu's going to be swinging at stuff like
bit of
that.
an early swing there, and that's definitely out of character for Abreu a little bit. Abreu has pretty solid plate discipline. Doesn't typically give you strikes like that.
Might give an indication of where his head's at right now.
Oh, actually, he definitely does not have plate discipline that's as good as I thought.
Mm.
I thought his walk rate would be like, 10-12%. It's like,
What is it, like 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he strikes out over 20%.
Yeah, so not ideal.
Yeah. You see Jimmy Cordero in the dugout there. We haven't seen anyone warming for the White Sox. So they might not be going to Colome yet. And that's a tough break.
Yeah, just brutal for the White Sox right there.
Yeah, the White Sox, they put the tying run on base, bring the go-ahead run up to the plate, and when the go-ahead run at the plate is Jose Abreu, you're feeling good about dealing damage. But that's a double play ball. The A's converted it pretty well, and
now you just have one shot left.
Yeah, and they just blew through their heart of the order. So that's tough. So before the bottom of the 8th, we are gonna go to break for just a second, and we'll be right back to see the A's hit in the bottom of the 8th. All right, so we are back now for the bottom of the 8th. If this score holds, probably the last time we'll see the A's bat in this game. And I'd say the A's definitely got what they needed out of their lineup today. coming into this game, I wouldn't have expected any more than 6 runs out of out of the A's lineup, and I wouldn't have expected that it required more than 6 runs to win the game.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think you got to be happy, A's fan, on pretty much all fronts.
Yeah. So the White Sox did bring in Alex Colome. Make sure you keep this to a 2-run deficit and keep yourselves in the game. Give the offense the opportunity to tie it. But Colome, first batter, takes a liner right back up the middle, and it looks like it went off his pitching arm. Forearm near the elbow, which is not a place you ever want to have anything out of the ordinary happen as a pitcher.
Got the out, though.
Yes,
so.
Did get the out. It took a good bounce off of him, at least, right to a Brave.
He's going to take a practice throw right here.
Yeah, so he's going to take some warm-up tosses, and they have Dylan Cease warming up behind him now. But yeah, I mean, Colome got one out, which is obviously totally fine, didn't allow a base runner, but it is tough to see him not be able to, it is tough to see that liner right back at him. But it looks like he is fine. Yeah, Colome the 16th pitcher in this game. So it's a record. They're showing on the broadcast now most pitchers in a 9-inning postseason game. And apparently we should have set the over-under higher. And we saw Hendricks in a sweatshirt in the stands earlier, but he is now warming up for the A's. So
yeah, that makes the most sense for them, I think.
Yeah, so it looks like he will be responsible for the top of the 9th, and if he maintains the lead for the A's, he gets the save, and the game is over. The A's, they are facing Colome as a solid reliever, but they are definitely looking to take this opportunity. You don't want to lay down and just give him a free inning.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Horwath just said in the chat, I didn't realize that Hendricks threw 50 pitches yesterday, 49.
Yeah.
So that's like, that might be the most he's ever thrown in a big league relief appearance. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. So, so we'll see how that ends up for them.
So obviously he's not full rest. This might be one of the some of the toughest bounce back he's faced. And like we were saying, when you have different, you manage your pitching and your bullpen differently in a postseason game. In the regular season, unless the game is like end of the season and we must win, there's 0 chance Liam Hendricks is throwing again.
Oh, absolutely.
The day after what he did yesterday.
Yeah, no, he's somewhere in the clubhouse right now or in the dugout just chilling.
Yeah. But instead, today we have him warming up and ready. The A's are open. He's ready to have a solid 9th inning and to clinch their ticket to face the Astros, their division rival in the ALDS.
It's interesting that he's the only one throwing right now. I feel like they'd have.
I would agree with that.
At least one other guy.
I would definitely agree with that. And there's no harm in having someone else.
No, just stretch and toss at least.
Yeah. I'm checking right now to see. So the way the schedule was set up this year, teams only faced other teams in their own division, and so 1/6 of the season was the A's playing the Astros. So in a hypothetical A's-Astros matchup, I'm checking to see what that looked like over the course of this season. So the A's notably won the division rather comfortably. and the Astros were not quite 500. They were 21-31, and in their head-to-head matchups, the A's were 7-3 against the Astros this year.
Okay. Wow. Interesting.
So you could certainly say that happens fairly regularly in just some random variants, but 7-3,
Yeah.
the A's are still feeling pretty comfortable with the Astros as a second round opponent.
Yeah. With the Astros struggles this year.
Yeah, I mean the Astros, I would say they really don't. Justin Verlander was their ace, and I would say that Zach Greinke is not an ace anymore.
No, definitely not this season. I
Yeah.
think he had an ERA over 4. Like, nothing super special from a pitcher who, in years past, has been excellent.
Yeah. We saw, if you were watching the game that Diego and I broadcast the other day, Framber Valdez looked very good for the Astros, and he'll definitely get a start in this division series. And what was I going to say? They also have Lance McCullers back, so they do have a solid enough 1, 2, 3 in their rotation where you could see them winning those games. But in a 3-game series, they had the luxury of having Valdez as a bullpen option, which they won't have in the ALDS. And their bullpen does look rather thin, especially without Valdez. I mean, in that first game, Greinke went 4 innings, and you could argue he should have gone further, but they had the luxury of Valdez covering pretty much the rest of the game after that.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's definitely no guarantee, which pretty much means the A's outmatched them fairly comfortably pitching-wise.
Yeah.
But they do still have to get there first, and that's no guarantee with Hendricks and the workload that he has undergone in this series. So, in just a second, we will see how that goes in the 9th inning.
Yeah, same thing right there. Anderson's fielding that ball like in the shallow outfield, basically. Like that, it just makes me nervous for the White Sox, man.
Yeah. No, I agree, and that's also a situation where I think you typically see a guy take the comfortable out at first rather than going for the out at second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the White Sox went through Tim Anderson, Yasmani Grandal, and Jose Abreu last inning. But they still do have James McCann. I don't remember who was in between, but James McCann and Luis Robert are 2 of the hitters coming up in this inning. And so while you could argue that the toughest part of the White Sox lineup is retired, still definitely some work to be done here from Liam Hendricks.
For sure, for sure.
And we're 4 hours into this game now, and that means that starting up on the West Coast is Padres and Cardinals. Now, should be about this moment. But yeah, so Baseball Savant right now gives the A's about a 93% chance of winning this game.
Okay.
So yeah, those win probability graphs are definitely interesting, and it's been pretty much all A's since they were able to take the 4-3 lead.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Well, actually, so it went in favor of the A's.
Haven't even managed to.
Say that again.
I was just saying, yeah, White Sox haven't even gotten a ton of base runners besides last inning whenever, Soria got out of that jam.
Yeah, which is definitely in stark contrast to, what we saw earlier on second, third, fourth innings. The White Sox were putting pressure on the A's.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Hendricks does gas.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's interesting. The A's have probably one of the older bullpens in baseball. Certainly, a lot of their bullpen options are much older than the guys we've seen from the White Sox today.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we saw, Bummer, Crochet, all guys that are
under 30
super
for sure. And
Dunning, yeah.
And for the A's, Soria's up there. Diekman's at least 30. Liam Hendricks is like 35. These are no youngins. I mean, we saw Yusmeiro Petit.
No, yeah.
He was older. The White Sox have Dylan Cease warming now, which is interesting. I wonder if this does go to the bottom of the ninth, if they give the ball to Cease right away. A lot of people thinking that Dylan Cease might be considered for a relief role next year instead of putting him in the starting rotation again.
Yeah.
Which is certainly an interesting proposition. And Cease has good stuff, but he hasn't quite got it working for him this year. He's got a solid curveball, he's got a fastball, but that his fastball flirts with 100 miles per hour. But the issue there is he doesn't necessarily get a ton of active spin on the ball, and so it's a pretty flat fastball coming from Cease.
Yeah.
Which means that it's fairly easy to pick up on for hitters, and like we saw in his most recent start against the Cubs, they can square that up pretty well if they're seeing it that day. So Cease is definitely due for some changes this upcoming offseason. He still has the stuff to be a starter, that's for sure, but if they move him to the bullpen, just a 2-pitch mix of his fastball curveball is already a great start for a reliever. So we'll see. Colomé did take that liner off his forearm last inning, and he got through the inning fine. So they might be wanting to just limit him to one inning, and figuring that if they either tie it here or take the lead, Cease is a solid bet to either to get them to the 10th. Another inning of Colomé is probably about equivalent to an inning or more of Cease. But if you put Cease in, then you have the potential also to stretch him out into extra innings if those do end up occurring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not looking super sharp here.
Yeah, Hendricks not exactly pounding the strike zone. And he just threw a curveball or a breaking ball of some sort, which had solid movement on it, but was not quite
anywhere near the plate.
No, not at all, and not close enough to elicit a swing either. So he's got a 2-2 count here. He gets a nice swing there, but Moncada is able to put the bat on the ball enough to stay alive for another pitch. And the Cardinals-Padres is underway, with the Cardinals have a base runner on in the top of the first.
Ooh, okay. Great pitch right there from Hendricks.
Yeah, Hendricks with a nice breaking ball gets Moncada to bite, and he's got 1 out. So the White Sox are down to their last 2 outs to try and grab 2 runs. And if there's any guy up here that you know you're happy to have at the plate, Luis Robert is certainly one. You know, he's got a spark in him. He's got the talent. He's got the ability to square up a ball and hit it. But
there was it. He swung through it, but man, that
yeah, and that was a pitch that he could have taken for a ride.
Yeah,
but
that was like almost the same pitch that Fires threw him earlier in the game.
Yeah, but bottom line is he cannot be thinking home run.
Yeah. Yeah, Hendricks has just straight up challenged him 2 straight times.
Yeah.
I think these are the first 2 99-mile-an-hour pitches we've seen from Hendricks, and he's going straight at Robert.
Yeah, and Hendricks probably knows that he might be able to catch Robert trying to do too much, and that's exactly what Robert can't be doing. Is trying to give he bottom line, he has to put a good swing on the ball.
Yeah,
and
I'm bouncing this pitch. Oh.
And Hendricks just blows by him with 3 straight fastballs.
Yeah. Honestly, he seemed to miss his spot by quite a bit because I think that McCann still behind the plate? I don't know who it is, but he I'm thinking of the White Sox. But yeah, he had his glove set up like above the strike zone, and Hendricks threw it low and away, but he, and it's pumping 99, it's hard to catch up to it.
Yeah. It makes all the sense in the world to go to the high fastball there. That's increasingly become a common, popular story.
Murphy's glove was up in the zone, but regardless, he got that.
Perhaps cruel irony here is that the White Sox season now rests solely on the shoulders of Nomar Mazara. Yeah. We're seeing Robert definitely wanted to take one of those balls for a ride. He put big swings on those fastballs.
It was there for him, all 3 of those pitches caught a lot of the zone.
And Hendricks right now just last 4 pitches just pounding the zone with his fastball.
There's absolutely some alternate reality where we're like, okay, Hendricks made a huge mistake and Robert puts that
in the seat, and we're like going crazy because we got a tie game.
Yeah, exactly.
going crazy going crazy in a celebratory this is fun baseball way, and also going crazy in a oh my goodness, do we have to sit here for another hour?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So Hendricks has Mazara to an 0-2 count, and Mazara is going to be defending the zone now. He goes for the high fastball, but he misses. McCann takes a free second base. And yeah, this is a pretty crazy scenario, really. I mean, White Sox brought Nomar Mazara on to be the 20 home run guy, and he went for a long time without a home run. And now here he is. Holds off on the breaking ball to bring the count to 2-2. And yeah, it's interesting that we didn't see a breaking ball to Robert in that pitch.
Yeah, no, definitely. On 0-2, I would have been bouncing it like a foot in front of the plate, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't give it anything.
Yeah, I mean, those are definitely 3 pitches that Robert could have potentially hit. Mazara fouls another one off to keep him alive, keep himself alive. And there we see there's Sean Manaea on the side for the A's.
Him and Mike Minor.
I don't know if they were warming up or what.
No, I think they were just kind of hanging out.
Just chilling. I mean, Hendricks looks like he's pretty well in control. He's certainly got the zip on his fastball. There he goes. He paints it on the inside corner.
Yep. Great pitch right there. Yep. Great location.
Three strikeouts for Hendricks in that inning, and he clinches the series for the A's. Strikes out Moncada, Robert, and Mazzara in order after allowing the leadoff. Was it a single or a walk? I don't remember.
Only a tough way to end the season for the White Sox, you know.
So the A's are your wild card series champions. The White Sox, a super talented team, a popular pick to survive this wild card round. And they are bounced after a tough 4-6 loss. They took a 1-0 lead in this series, and unfortunately followed it up with 2 losses. And really, it was just a tough game pitching wise for the White Sox today.
Yeah, I don't know. White Sox kind of felt doomed from the outset. You know, when we saw Dunning lead the game after 2 outs. Yeah. You know, it was just kind of an uphill battle for them, and just felt like a winnable game for them all around. Though I just feel like if I'm a Sox fan, I'm thinking, man, what if Giolito had come in like the 4th inning and thrown 2 or 3 innings? Maybe this is a completely different game. You know.
Yeah. That you're absolutely right. That had the potential to change things up a whole lot. And it was definitely rough to see the outing from Carlos Rodon. You know, he comes out and he's not able to get an out. And that, among a lot of other things, I mean, the A's just worked the White Sox for a ton of pitches, a bunch of walks, several base hits. It was a pretty good showing from an A's offense that we weren't positive had it in them.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you know, White Sox offense was good too. It was really just on the mound where that was their downfall, you know.
So White Sox suffer a tough end of the season. That will be the last game they play in 2020. But you know, they returned most of this roster. We saw a ton of talent on display from them this year, and they have a ton to be excited about coming into next year. We saw them pretty aggressive in the free agent market, and you know, Grandal was good. Dallas Keuchel was good. They're both under contract next year. Encarnacion, not everything they signed him to be, but they still have cap space, and they have the ability to go out, add this offseason, and come back with a roster that is, you know, has gone through the experience. They made the postseason. They played a competitive postseason series, and they'll be able to come out for the season next year, whatever that season looks like, and really be competitive from the jump. So
for sure, yeah,
absolutely a tough loss for the White Sox here, but they know that they've got a lot of good things on the horizon. So with that, the ALDS matchups are set. So we have the number 1 seed Rays playing the 4 seed Yankees, and the 6 seed Astros playing the 2 seed A's. So
Oakland Athletics, yep. So it'll be a really good division series, you know, a couple of them.
Yeah. And so currently we've seen the conclusion of 5 wildcard series, and 2 of them have been upsets by seed. Astros upset the Twins, and the Yankees upset the Indians. And yeah, it'll be interesting. We've potentially got 2 more upsets cooking in the National League. With
the Cardinals, you know,
without to 1-0 series leads. And yeah, I mean, everyone thought there were some upsets coming. I don't know that everyone wanted the Astros to be one of them, but nevertheless, here we are. We will see if another division series team is decided today, with the Cardinals and the Dodgers having the opportunities to clinch tonight. and we will see you guys again whenever we are back on the air.
Absolutely.
So for Matthew Penn and for Jonathan Roy, I'm Ryan Rudy. Thank you guys for joining us today, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you guys. Have a good one.